I'm going to try to put it up here on the screen so that you all can see what it means to be a fiscally sponsored project. And I don't want to do that right now. So basically, being a fiscally sponsored project is essentially being a nonprofit organization, and it gives creatives, founders, visionaries like myself the opportunity to do good work in the world while also building an infrastructure, a very solid infrastructure, not about hierarchy, okay? Because y'all know, if you know me, if you're in the collective, I don't do hierarchy. Me and hierarchy are not friends. I've always been, the disruptor. It could be the pathological demand avoidance. It could be the autism. Who knows? Who cares? We don't even have to label it. But being fiscally sponsored allows us to build a solid infrastructure, allows me and our team to get health insurance, allows a sustainable living, it's so much because I am compassionate about what we do. And it gives us that cushion to do the work that I've done these last 8 years, publicly facing, as check your privilege, now heal your way forward. And I know a lot of you guys are watching this and you're probably thinking, well, what happened to check your privilege? Okay, let's do a quick recap because we're moving into 26. In May of 2026, I did a live about collective liberation, and less than 5 minutes later, the account was taken down. We spent 90 days trying to get it count, and Instagram, YouTube, all of the gods were like, no, we don't want your account. It is a violation of our terms of service. And side note, I've been studying AI. I've gotten some certifications in AI since then. And it is just what it was when it happened before in the past. It's algorithmic bias. And because there are these keywords, let me just give y'all some game. There are these keywords that this administration creative, some of those words were check your privilege. And so what some of the engineers have done is coded things like check your privilege, anti-racism biases. All people who are in liberation work are being targeted right now because what you don't know, and you should know, is that the algorithm is programmed to look for content with those keywords and take us down. And it's why, you see these accounts that are just like, hella problematic, and like, well, these accounts can stay because they're not coded to kind of target Black, Indigenous bodies of culture or other white bodies that actually do liberation work. And if you're ever wondering about how you can learn more about that, you can follow the Algorithmic Justice League on social media. You can also get this copy of this book by Dr. Ruha Benjamin, Race After Technology. Did a book club with this book over November, still reading it. So many gems. I love Dr. Ruha Benjamin because her work is work that has transformed actually what I think about in liberation work in regards to technology, because there's lots of conversations right now around AI and algorithms and what do we do and how do we use it and how do we not use it and what are the environmental considerations. And one of the things that stands out to me about her work is, and for me, it was, instead of you crying and complaining about these algorithms, learn how to liberate the algorithms, right? Learn how to make these algorithms work with us. So I can sit here and be mad and cry and cuss out Facebook and send cease and desist letters and all that. So I can do all of that with Meta, or I can do what I do best. And this is kind of my sweet spot. This is if you don't know me, it is my zone of genius, is I know how to start over again and again because my life comes from an ancestry that knows how to make something from nothing. Do you know what I'm saying? I come from an ancestry that knows what it means to build from the ground up, and I've done it. Every time of my life, I've continued to build from the ground up. And I'm grateful to have a supporting cast to help me. It is not just me. It is a collective of people. And we are literally building from the ground up, and we are building together. It is no longer the Maisha T. Hill Show. And that's something else that you all will actually be able to learn and to see and to be a part of over this next few months, is that the book Heal Your Way Forward, is the catalyst of change and transformation, but we are a collective. And so while I am a face, while I am known globally, which is a blessing to have a global recognition for the work that I've done, we don't move individually now, we move individually and collective. And so what you're going to see over these next 2 days is you get to see our collective in action. You get to see white bodies and bodies of culture do our work, because yes, we do deep work. Yes, we do have to talk about anti-Blackness. We do center Black liberation. We talk about the Black Panther Party. In that party, now we're in the dreaming state of who do we need to be in this moment for the next moment, so that when we are no longer here, when we are elders and we are ancestors, that we can look back and say, damn, we did that. And that is why we have moved to this new structure, because I have never been I'm just not like, I have a lot of Leo energy in me, but I definitely am more super Taurus, super grounded, and super like, that's too much. But moving into 2026, I have to step into a bigger space and I can't do it alone. And so you'll see faces. I'm going to see if I can pull up our website. You'll see some faces that you've seen before. You'll see a bunch of new faces, because the dream of Heal Your Way Forward was born out of collective, not just, oh my God, it's Maisha T. Hill. Okay, cool. That's cute. I am Maisha T. Hill. Absolutely. I'm grateful for being me. And there are other people who bring so much into the work that we do. We have, our community is so small and amazing. We literally are doing liberation work. And a lot of people who have been a part of our collective, oftentimes the biggest struggle is the lack of hierarchy, because there's no hierarchy. Everyone's trying to figure out what are we here to do? And we're actually just doing it. And I think that's what's wrong. Like, if I were to just say what's wrong, what's right, I don't like talking binary. What's wrong with social justice and like what's wrong with whatever's happened, I don't even know what it's called, is that y'all are trying to recreate rules and orders and structures and hierarchy. That's not liberation. That is the duplication of oppression. And so when I wrote the very first Check Your Privilege book with Brandy and so many amazing women, Jen Kinney, it was about, what does it mean to live into this work, right? So Check Your Privilege was really a message of, we're going to live into the work. It is a breathing, movable, flowing entity that we live every day in practice with one another. It is not this, I'm going to go to Maisha's workshop and I'm going to be healed from my anti-racism. Baby, let me tell you something. Most of the issues with people is that it's our early childhood experiences and that what we were socialized to believe about ourselves in the system. Because the older I get, the more I see the connection. And I was just speaking to an elder yesterday. The older I get, the more I see the connection between the Bible and what's happening today in real time. The older I get, the more I see the connection between patriarchy and why I really have a hard time with my uncles. Because I'm going to keep it real. I'm straight, no chaser. I have a problem with a group of Black men at a point in my life that told me as a Black woman, I couldn't speak, I couldn't preach, and I couldn't teach, and use the Bible as a tool to say that to me. I have a problem when I have even a woman in my family. Now, my neuroplasticity no longer has interest in empire. Is voting important? Yes. Is politics important? Yes. But I will not allow politics to divide me from building beloved community. I will be in a parallel pathway. You all never see me telling you who to vote for, because I believe people have a right to believe what they want to believe and vote for who they want to vote for. It is not my business to try to force people to believe that is too much life force energy. No. And I also believe that I have the resiliency and the fortitude and the energy. I sit with people who don't believe what I believe in, because I also don't want to just be around the echo chamber of people who have the same beliefs. I want to hear what people who voted for a certain person said. I want to hear what you have to say. Because 9 times out of 10, when I finish having conversations with people who believe what they believe about a certain thing on Pennsylvania Avenue, they go, well, damn, I never thought about this like this. I need to reconsider. And all I'm doing is listening. I'm not trying to change their minds. That's my other personal belief. I'm not here to change your minds. I'm just asking you to jump on board. The more of us that jump on board, the more of us that can meet up in person and cause real change in each other's personal lives. The more of us can build the resiliency and the fortitude to have resourcefulness for conflict and reparative conversations. Not a control, copy, and paste. Oh, I was in the Heal Your Way for Collective. Let me go build my own thing. And let me tell y'all something else right here while I have this energy of the ancestor with me in real time. In 2026, you will hear from our attorneys. The minute I see it, if I go into a workshop and I see you're doing some things that belong to Maisha T. Hill, you will get a cease and desist. And if you don't cease and desist, you will be sued. Because the other thing that has been happening, let's talk about empire and colonization, the white bodies, the Black bodies, the indigenous bodies, the bodies of culture. I see all of you and I don't say anything. I'm not even going to say your names. But in 2026, When you take from the intellectual property of Myisha T. Hill, check your privilege, because that's still a part of me, and heal your way forward, you will be hearing from attorneys. They say the master's rules don't dismantle the master's house. Well, in 2026, some people need to learn the hard way, because one of the things that has happened is that the social justice industrial complex is empire. We have lost our ability to collaborate, and collaboration is actually just getting a check. And I don't do that anymore. So if you're wondering, well, you're not working with this person and you're not working with that person, my ancestors needed to put me in a season of solitude to work with myself, to get to a point to say publicly on the record, in recording, if I see it, you will hear from my attorney. If it is forwarded to me, you will hear from my attorney. If it comes up in a workshop, you will hear from my attorney. And I say that with the most love and the most power and authenticity that I can say, because I'm sick of it. If you look at our Substack, as our old Substack, Heal Your Way Forward, is closing, you will say my last 2 articles, one of them, so there's one more tomorrow, which is for Kwanzaa, is on some shit I've been meaning to say. You might want to go read it. I got some shit I've been meaning to say. The way that, like, all of us seem to think that we are creating these new ways. No, we're not. Like, the work that I'm doing, like, I give so much credit to Bell Hooks and Frederick Douglass and Carter G. Woodson and the Black Panthers. Like, nothing I'm doing is new. Nothing I'm doing in the name of liberation is new. It is from the ancestors. They gave the blueprint. I just took the blueprint, read it, and intuitively connected and said, oh, okay, this is what we do. Great. For me, I can read the words of the ancestors and feel them in my body in a way that's like, okay, that's the next step. Great. Nothing that we're doing is new. And it breaks my heart that we are all fighting for breadcrumbs to be seen and to be heard, and turning things into industry that's actually just human connection and human relationships. That's all this is. That's why I personally don't do Patreon. I don't want you all coming into a platform and just, oh my gosh, it's Myisha T. Hill, and I'm just going to listen to her word. Everything I say, you should always question me. Don't blindly trust me as some expert. Always question the things that come out of my mouth. If I say Bell Hooks said a thing, I need you to go and pick up the book that I said I got it from and go read it and say, okay, she did say it. For example, if I say to you, Bell Hooks said, I learned from Bell Hooks that part of my self-recovery that I'm actually in is like learning to embrace myself wholeheartedly, because that's actually what I'm doing in real time. That's on page 135 of Communion, The Female Search of Love. Part of my self-recovery, recovering from whiteness, recovering from alcohol, recovering from systems, recovering from people-pleasing, recovering from codependency, recovering from dissociation, recovering from whatever I'm recovering from, insert word, is embracing myself wholeheartedly, unmasking, using my throat, my voice to speak truth to power, to share my work, to invite people to share their work, and to go from there. But social media has created and curated the experience where we blindly follow anybody who has a voice, and that is dangerous. Like, I felt like, when you read the Christian Bible and it talks about how Jesus went into the temple and he started flipping over tables. I've been flipping over tables for like the last 6 months. I could actually say 2023 when we all participated in this event. And I'm like, what the cult-like shit is this? This is not what I signed up for. So for years, people have been thinking I've been losing my mind. And I want you to go to that book in the Bible when Jesus walked in and said, this is not what we're supposed to be doing. This is not liberation. I'm flipping over tables. And y'all thinking I'm having a breakdown. And I actually had a breakthrough. And that is what this work teaches all of us. We're here for breakthrough, to get to our humanity, to find ourselves again. We talk a lot about AI, but guess what? They wouldn't have AI without us, because they've been controlling us this whole time through their systems. And instead of us like trying to stick together and learn how to relate and be direct and yet compassionate and interdependent, we have built these codependent coalitions of, well, if you're not this, then you're not an anti-racist. Well, fuck you. I just want to be one. I'm sorry, Mom, I'm dropping all the F words today. You gonna be all right. And then you gonna put me in check later, because that's what mamas do. But that's the reality of the work and the world that we're living in right now, y'all. We're out here fighting for breadcrumbs instead of fighting to fix meals together. I just don't know. I don't have much left to say about it. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk in this moment. And thank you for hanging out with us for our Heal Your Way Forward collective community rebirth and celebration live-a-thon. And for the low price of $44 a month, you too can be transformed by the Heal Your Way Forward collective and Maisha T. Hill. So I believe we have another guest coming soon. Let me go ahead and check the schedule again. I believe so. I think we need to check in and see where our Michelle is. Michelle's going to be coming in here so I can take a break and doing our mindfulness practice. So let's pull up the schedule so we know what's coming next. All right, so we are on 10 a.m. We got some time in the juju. Michelle's going to be joining us to do a mindfulness practice today. And then we'll take a 15-minute break, and then Jen will come on at 11 for direct compassionate communication. If you're someone looking for some connection and community, you're welcome to join us on Zoom as well. And the Zoom room.
I'm doing okay. Been a little under the weather, but doing okay. Happy to be here this morning.
Oh, I'm glad to have you here. You're going to be leading us through some mindfulness, yeah?
Yes, kind of an end of the year practice called a RAIN, R-A-I-N meditation that I think can provide a really helpful way for us to have a little bit better relationship with however our year has gone, whatever that's looked like for you, so that we can also have a better relationship going into 2026.
I love it. Well, I'm going to remove myself and let you put this show on the road.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, it's so lovely to be here with Maisha and everyone this morning, and hoping that everyone has had safe and easeful holidays. And if you haven't, then hoping that today's practice might help bring a little bit of ease and peace to whatever you're experiencing. So again, my name is Michelle Walter. I'm a certified mindfulness meditation teacher. And I also always want to make some acknowledgments, especially as a mindfulness meditation teacher. I endeavor, it's a work in progress, it's always a practice to move through the world with more intention and a more mindful way of life, as I'll talk about just briefly in a moment. And so some of the acknowledgments that we practice in Maisha's community and that I practice whenever I teach is that I first of all like to acknowledge that I live in Thornton, Colorado, which is on the stolen lands that was once occupied by the Arapaho, Cheyenne, Ute, and the Shetty-Shikawan tribes, and that Indigenous people in this country are continuing to fight for their liberation. And I also acknowledge that the country in which I live, the United States, was built on the backs and blood and sweat and tears of enslaved African Americans, Africans brought to America, and their descendants, and that Black people in this country are continuing to fight for their liberation to this day, as well as Latino, Latina, Pacific Asian, Islander, and other people who are continuing to feel oppressed, LGBTQIA, people who have differing neuroabilities, different abilities, that there are so many people in this country who are continuing to fight for ease and peace and to remove themselves from the oppressive systems in which we all live. And so I feel that's important as a mindfulness teacher, because part of what I endeavor to do is to help bring ease and peace wherever I can. And so today we are going to work with a practice called RAIN, which is an acronym that I'll explain shortly. And I want to first plant a couple of seeds for what mindfulness meditation is, so that as you move through the end of this year and move into the beginning of next year, you can start to think about how you can live a more mindful way of life. Because that word mindfulness gets thrown around a lot. And I admit that oftentimes I'm triggered with how people talk about mindfulness, and people just say, be mindful and just like pay attention. And we don't really know what it is. And so I want to give a little bit of a background for what mindfulness meditation is and how the RAIN meditation incorporates with that, so that we can understand when I say a mindful way of life, what I really mean by that. So in my way of teaching mindfulness, I like to describe it as having 3 legs of a stool. And we want all 3 legs to be even. Have you ever sat on a wonky stool where one of the legs was uneven? You don't feel like you can actually relax on the stool. You feel like you're always trying to catch yourself. So these 3 legs are what help us live a more balanced way of life. And the first leg is to pay attention, which is what we often hear when people talk about mindfulness, is to pay attention. So it is paying attention, but then what are we paying attention to? And that brings in the second leg, which is we are paying attention to the present moment. So the present moment is the second leg. So we're paying attention to the present moment, but how are we paying attention? What's the quality that we're paying attention with? And so that third leg is with compassionate non-judgment, or you could say non-judgmental compassion. And the reason that I describe mindfulness as having those 3 legs is that we could be paying attention, but what we could be paying attention to are worrying thoughts for the future, ruminating thoughts about the past. So you're paying attention, but you're not paying attention to the present moment. And so we can also be paying attention to the present moment, but be judging the crap out of it, or ourselves, or other people. And so, yes, you might be paying attention to the present moment, but you're really upset, you're angry, you're perseverating, you're maybe trying to even numb out. And so that's why we need to bring in the third leg, which is the compassionate non-judgment, because we want to pay attention to the present moment with as much compassion, which is a feeling of wanting to alleviate the suffering of the world, which can open the door up to also us having non-judgment, which means that we aren't judging everybody that we see. We aren't judging ourselves. We're not even judging the situations. Instead, we are finding ourselves in a place of discernment, where we can still make decisions and move forward and take hard actions when we need to, but we're not doing that from a reactive place. And we're able to create more equanimity in our lives, where we can stand in the middle of oppression, stand in the middle of the storm, stand in the middle of a challenging time, and be able to be present with ourselves and what is here, so that we can respond with more wisdom and more compassion. So that's how I describe mindfulness meditation. And along with that, I also want to plant the seed for an understanding that mindfulness meditation is actually a way of life. So you can practice what I call formally, which is what we're going to do in a minute, where you carve out a specific time, maybe a specific room in your house, a specific place or chair, and you intentionally sit down and practice meditating, focusing on the present moment with as much compassion and non-judgment as you can. That's a formal meditation practice. And we do that because we are building our muscle of attention. We're building the muscle of compassion. We're building the muscle of non-judgment. So the analogy I use, I used to be a runner. I still run a little bit, but I used to run a lot more. And when I first signed up for a marathon, I didn't just go out and run the marathon. I actually had to train for it, starting very small with formal practice. And so the same is true with mindfulness meditation. We use the formal practice so that we build the muscles that we're trying to build in life, so that we can go out and informally take this into the rest of our lives and into our days. And so that means when we're doing the dishes, we're paying attention to the feeling of the water on our hands, to the suds on our hands, to the feel of the dishes, to what's coming up for us as we're doing the dishes. Are we bored? Are we angry that we have to do the dishes? We're sitting in traffic. We're annoyed by somebody cutting us off, and we remember to come back to the present moment and take a breath and extend some compassion to that person because maybe they're rushing to the hospital. Maybe they're having a bad day. And so that's how mindfulness meditation becomes a way of life. Now, that does not mean that we are perfect 24/7. I don't believe in those words like perfection. What it means is that we are intending to be in constant practice with ourselves and out in community with the world. So that's a brief background on mindfulness meditation, at least how, as I teach it and from my lineage that I come from and that I learned from. And there are many, many types of mindfulness meditation practices, and there are many ways to adapt mindfulness meditation to your particular situation. And I always want to mention that because sometimes it may not be comfortable for people to focus on their breath, for example. You might be ill, or the breath or the body may not feel like a comfortable or safe place for you to put your attention. And that's absolutely okay. That doesn't mean that you can't practice mindfulness meditation. It just means that we need to work to adapt mindfulness meditation to you and to where you are. So maybe it means that you're focusing on a sound outside of yourself, and that's your what we call an anchor. A lot of times we use the breath as an anchor, which is what brings us back to the present moment, but you can use a sound like a ticking clock or the sound of birds outside. That can be your anchor. You also don't have to sit in particular positions. Please don't try to contort yourself into what you think a meditation posture should look like. Find a posture that allows you to be alert, not too stiff and rigid, so that you're also not falling asleep. If you do fall asleep, that's okay because people are tired. So don't judge yourself for falling asleep. But find a position where you can sit or stand or lie down that allows you to bring some aliveness into the body, that allows you to feel like you are welcoming in the present moment, that you are dropping into the present moment. Hold your hands however you want to hold your hands. You don't have to hold them in this kind of position with your thumb and finger together. You can put them in your lap. You can clasp them together. I just really invite you, as the Buddha invited people with mindfulness meditation, Vipassana meditation, insight meditation, to experiment, to be your own experiment, and to find what truly supports you in the moment. So today, as we're going through this, if I give an instruction or recommendation as we're going through the meditation that doesn't feel good for you, don't do it. Come back to your breath or come back to another anchor outside of you. Change your posture. Don't feel like you can't switch your posture. Just try and do so mindfully, noticing that, okay, I'm getting a cramp in my hip, so I need to adjust, and let me do that slowly. And now noticing the relief that I feel as I do that. So I just wanted to give those kind of foundational definitions and instructions, because usually when I teach mindfulness classes, we have like a whole class that's around like an introduction to mindfulness. So I'm cramming a lot into a short amount of time. And so let me move into the RAIN, a brief description of what the RAIN practice is, and then we'll move into a guided meditation for RAIN. So the acronym RAIN it's an acronym that embraces a lot of mindfulness meditation principles and practices. And the acronym itself was developed in the early 70s by a woman named Michelle McDonald, and it's been popularized since then, particularly by one of my meditation teachers, Tara Brach. And I think it can be a beautiful way for us to have a more intentional, open relationship with whatever is coming up for us in the moment. So the R of RAIN, and we'll go through these as we practice in a moment. The R of RAIN stands for recognize, where we're simply recognizing what's coming up for us, whether it's emotions, thoughts, physical sensations, whatever it might be. We're simply recognizing, like watching clouds across the sky or watching traffic in the street. We're just recognizing. The A is for allow. So whatever we have recognized, we are allowing it to be. And there's some phrases that I'll prompt you with or suggest for you that can help with that. Phrases like, this is how it is right now. I want to make a side note that allowing what is coming up or allowing what is present or happening right now does not mean that you agree with it. Okay. Again, we are trying to take the outer circumstances that are going on and our inner relationship to them to make it so that we can be in a place where we can see what's going on around us, be present with it, so that we can choose how we want to respond in that moment. So allowing does not mean that we're just passive or we're sitting back and not doing anything. It means for us right now in the moment, we're recognizing what's happening within us and around us, and we're allowing it to be so that we can ground ourselves. Okay, so then the I of RAIN is to investigate. And I also want to make a note with this because investigate is not an analytical inquiry. There are some practitioners who do a little bit more of a coaching inquiry or analytical inquiry with this by saying things like, what stories am I telling myself about this? I think that's great. And if that works for you without spinning you off down the rabbit hole, please go ahead. But I think from a beginner standpoint, when we first start working with RAIN, I like to keep the inquiry, the investigation focused more on what's coming up inside of us. So for example, if we're noticing that we're reflecting on a situation and we feel tense about it, with a kind, gentle curiosity, we're investigating, well, where do I notice that tension? Is it in my neck, in my shoulders? Am I feeling some upset in my stomach? Is my forehead furrowed? So it's that kind of investigation or inquiry that we'll be doing so that we can raise our awareness around what's happening inside of ourselves in the moment. And then the N of RAIN, you might see a couple different ways that people use the N of RAIN. I like to use it to stand for nurture, which is how I was taught. Some people have adapted it to stand for non-identification, which means not identifying with the things that you have recognized and allowed and investigated. Again, I think that's great. I also see that as kind of a next level RAIN practice. So for purposes of our beginning, the RAIN practice, I want us to focus on nurture. And what that means is once we've recognized and allowed and gotten a little more curious with our investigation about what's going on, we nurture ourselves. We ask, like, what do I need in this moment? And so we are tending to ourselves because we know we cannot go out into the world and do the kind of work that we want to do if we haven't first started with ourselves, if we're not pouring from a full cup. And so the nurture is meant to see, like, what do I need? Do I need a glass of water? Do I need to put my hand on my chest? Do I need to go for a walk? Do I need some comforting words? So that's the acronym itself. And we'll go through that in our practice today. And then there will be kind of an add-on to that, which we call after the RAIN, which is to simply sit and allow the practice to wash over you. So think for a moment if you've ever had the chance to just watch the rain or be in a nice, gentle rain or sprinkle, not being caught up in some deluge, off guard without an umbrella, but you're sitting inside and you can hear the soft sound of the rain, or maybe you're outside and you can feel the rain softly falling on your skin. If you've ever had the chance to do that, if you haven't had the chance to do that, I highly recommend it if you are able just to sit and listen or notice or see or smell the rain, like tapping into whatever senses you have available to you. In that moment, we tend to be fully present. And we're certainly not judging the rain. We're not saying, well, that raindrop sucked and that one's ugly and that one's too fat. And we're just noticing how each raindrop is different. Each raindrop falls and lands in its own way. And together the raindrops bring this beautiful, peaceful, calming sound and feeling on our skin and lovely, refreshing smell. And once the rain is over, sometimes there's a rainbow. Sometimes we notice a change in the sky. Sometimes we notice how maybe the rain, the sound of it, the smell of it, the sight of it has kind of cleansed us. That's what we do with after the rain. We're just simply noticing what is alive for us right now. And maybe nothing has shifted. The point of this isn't to make yourself feel better. I hate to even say that there's a point, but the invitation is to simply notice what's different or the same from when we started the practice. So that's after the ring. All right, I'm going to invite you, if you haven't already, to find a comfortable position. Maybe turn off your lights, grab a blanket if you would like, or a pillow. If you're going to be sitting, I recommend that you not slouch back in the chair. Again, we want to invite as much alertness as you can. If you have posture issues, please, again, just do what's comfortable for you. But we want to kind of wake up a little bit in the body. So you might scooch toward the edge of your chair and put your feet flat on the floor. Or maybe it would help to have a pillow or a bolster underneath your feet if your feet don't quite reach the floor. And put your hands in your lap. If you're laying down, it might help to put a pillow underneath your knees or underneath the back of your head to help support your lower back a little bit more. And if you're standing, like me, standing, just planting your feet on the floor, bringing some softness into your knees so that your knees aren't locked. Maybe folding your hands in front of you or dropping them at your side. And as you're taking a moment to settle into your posture, closing down your eyes if that feels comfortable for you, or casting your gaze down toward the floor to soften around your eyes. Go ahead and make any micro adjustments you might need to make in your posture. And start to turn your attention inward, noticing how even just slowing down, paying attention to how your body feels most comfortable, just noticing how that feels. And now let's turn our attention toward our breath. And if for any reason, again, the breath is not a comfortable place for you to rest your attention, that's okay. Maybe there's a ticking clock or the whir of a fan, something else outside of you that is more comfortable for you to rest your attention and be an anchor where you can return your attention. So just know that when I'm saying breath, I mean whatever anchor that you're able to find for yourself. And if you're able to, let's take a few deep inhales and exhales together, inviting ourselves to arrive more fully in this moment. So inhaling through the nose if you can, or the mouth is okay too. Inhaling slowly, allowing the chest and abdomen to rise. And then exhaling through the mouth or the nose slowly for just as long or even a little bit longer than the inhale. And then pausing and catching the wave of that breath on the inhale again, maybe a little bit deeper this time. Inhaling space into the body. And exhaling very slowly, inviting the body to soften, settle, relax wherever it can. And now take one more deep inhale, the deepest breath you've taken all day. Imagining the breath flowing in, creating space from head to fingertips to toes, and then pausing to hold it for just a moment. And on this exhale, letting it out with some force. Good. And now letting the breath return back to whatever it is normally like for you or normally like for you today. There's no need to try and control it. Seeing if your body might need a couple other adjustments after those deep breaths. And keeping your attention lightly on your breath. Noticing the coolness as it comes in your nose, fills up your chest, your abdomen. And then on the exhale, as your abdomen and chest fall, and how the breath feels warmer as it comes out your breath or out your nose and mouth. and seeing if there's a place where it's easiest for you to anchor into your breath, the place where it's easiest for you to notice your breath. So that might be the tip of your nose or mouth, might be at the back of your throat, or maybe it's in your chest. Experimenting for just a little bit to see where it's easiest for you to notice your breath so that you can latch onto that. Let that be your anchor that you can return to at any moment when you need to reset. And if you're focusing on a sound outside of you, getting curious about the frequency and quality of that sound, seeing if your attention can be guided to that sound like an anchor that you can drop into. Now, letting your attention rest on your breath at maybe 25%. No need to hyper focus on it. We breathe automatically, knowing that you can rest your attention ever so lightly on your breath. And then the rest of your attention, I want you to start scanning, almost like a reel of film that's playing, scanning over the last year without getting too caught up in any particular moment, whether it was happy or sad or joyful or challenging, but rewinding all the way back to January 1st. And just the best you can. We're not going to remember every day or even many moments within every month, but just scanning back, noticing what stands out for you in January, moments that stick out in your mind. And then February, what you might have been experiencing or noticing most or dealing with the most in February. And then March, what was happening for you or to you or around you in March? What were you experiencing in March? And then into April, as the weather starts to change again in the northern hemisphere to spring, the southern hemisphere to fall. What was happening in your world in April that stands out the most? And then in May, as we start to see more sunlight in the northern hemisphere and darkness in the southern hemisphere, what stands out to you the most from May? And then into June, as things start to warm up even more in the northern hemisphere and cool off even more in the southern hemisphere. What memories stand out to you the most in June? And then into July, what are you remembering most about July as things really start to warm up at the height of summer in the northern hemisphere and winter in the southern hemisphere? And then into August, as we start to notice changes in the seasons again, what are you remembering most about August and your experiences, the times that you had? And then September, as we're into new seasons, fall in the northern hemisphere, spring in the southern hemisphere. What are you remembering most about September? And then into October, so we're noticing more of a chill in the northern hemisphere, a little more brightness in the southern hemisphere. What stands out to you about October? And then November, as we really start to enter the dark period here in the northern hemisphere, and as more light starts to return in the southern. What memories do you have about November? And then December, this last month of the year, which saw the winter solstice in the northern hemisphere, and what would be the summer solstice or spring solstice, even the southern. And what are you remembering most about December? Now, with all these memories that you have throughout this past year, see if there's one that calls out to you the most. It doesn't matter if it was a happy or sad or challenging or easeful moment. See which one is most calling out to you, maybe is the most vivid for you. And as you start to reflect on this memory, remember to keep your attention on what's happening inside of you. We can bring in the R of rain as we start to recognize what's coming up for you around this memory. Recognizing what thoughts you might be having about what was happening. Recognizing what you were saying to yourself or to someone else. Recognizing what was being said to you. Recognizing the emotions that might have been coming up. And recognizing any physical sensations associated with those emotions. Is there any fluttering in the stomach or a tension or tightness? Or is there a spaciousness or release that was coming up around this situation or memory? Simply recognizing, becoming aware of the litany of thoughts and emotions and physical sensations that are all present for you around this memory. And then we move into the A of rain, to allow everything that was coming up for you, everything that was happening around you, allowing it all to be. If it's challenging to embrace allowing things to be, remember, this doesn't mean we agree with or accept what happened. It means we are acknowledging from the perspective of an observer that this is how things are, or this is how things were in that moment, in that memory. And it may help to whisper a phrase to yourself like, this is how it is right now. It will not be this way forever. This is how it is right now. It will not be this way forever. And that applies whether this was a happy moment or a sad moment. We are allowing that moment to be, the circumstances, the people, your emotions, your thoughts, your physical sensations, allowing space for all of them because they all belong. All of it belongs. All of it belongs. And now it might help to take an inhale, remembering your breath. You've allowed space for everything to belong. And exhale, allowing whatever has been coming up for you to settle. Give it space. As we move into the I, to investigate with a kind, curious, compassionate inquiry. And sometimes it's easiest to do this part of rain, this investigation, by focusing on the emotions or the physical sensations that you might have coming up around this memory. So see if there's an emotion that you can most easily identify that's coming up for you right now. There might be several. See if there's one that's standing out to you the most. Maybe it's happiness or grief or sadness or joy or anger or relief or celebration. See if there's one emotion that stands out to you the most. And once you have that emotion, getting curious about where that emotion might live for you in your body. Do you notice it in your stomach or your hips or your lower back or shoulders or neck or jaw or forehead or your fingers? Seeing if you can notice where this emotion lives in your body. And if not, that's okay. You can maybe imagine where you might feel this emotion if you were able to put your fingers on where it lives. And once we kind of know where this emotion lives, then we can get curious about the physical sensations of it. How does this particular emotion feel for you in your body? And again, if you aren't able to identify that, that's okay. You might imagine what color it would be, or if it has a shape or an image. But if you're noticing physical sensations in your body, you might find the center of that emotion. Where's the very, very center of where it lives in your body? Maybe take an inhale into that center, connecting with it, and on an exhale, inviting it to soften, giving it space. And then noticing you can zoom your attention out from the center of that emotion, out toward the edges of that emotion. Noticing how that emotion starts to change the further you get from its center. And moving your attention all the way up through your head, down through your neck and your shoulders and your fingers. And then moving your attention all the way down through the lower part of your body, through your hips, through your legs and your toes. And notice throughout every part of your body, there not only are different sensations, but that emotion may not be able to reach those parts of your body. You may not even notice that emotion in your head that you notice in your stomach. That emotion changes as you move your attention through your body, which is a reminder that the emotions are constantly changing, that they are not permanent, and that they will give way to something else. So we can use this investigation to be curious about how the emotion feels and how it changes within our body and over time. And now maybe taking another deep inhale and exhale as we let that investigation go and move into the N of rain, the nurture. Take a few moments here to ask yourself, what do I need in this moment? Do I need some deep breaths? Do I need to put my hand on my chest and breathe, or to put my hand on my stomach and breathe? Do I need to say something to myself like, I can be with this? I can give this space. I can handle this. Maybe some words of reassurance that you need. Maybe you need to cry or yawn or scream. Maybe when you get up from this meditation, you need to go for a walk or get some tea or some water or splash some cold water on your face. tuning into what you need, not to make yourself feel better, but because you're a human being who deserves comfort and reassurance around whatever it is that you were experiencing. And now take another inhale. Let the nurturing practice go. And pause here for a few moments after the rain, being curious about what you notice now. Maybe you don't notice anything. Maybe you notice that you feel different somehow from when we began. Maybe you notice that something else has arisen now, or something else has given way. Whatever you're noticing, remember there's no need to judge it. And you can always come back to the rain practice again to recognize, allow, investigate, and nurture for whatever is coming up for you. And now bring your attention back to your breath or to your outside anchor. If you're focusing on your breath, take another slow inhale and slow exhale. Start to bring some energy back into the body by wiggling your toes, wiggling your fingers, maybe shrugging your shoulders, stretching your neck, inviting some gentle movement back in. And if your eyes have been closed, you can open your eyes and look around the room to reorient yourself around the room where you are, noticing the light or the colors, the sounds or the temperature. Taking a moment to let yourself settle into where you are. I said at the beginning that mindfulness is a way of life and that there's a formal practice and an informal practice. One of the many things that I love about rain is that we can practice it formally, as we just did, and then informally. So this is something that once you practice and start to build that muscle for recognizing, allowing, investigating, and nurturing, it starts to become more automatic so that you can do it in the moment. So that if you are in the midst of a challenging situation or even a happy situation, these aren't just for challenging situations, recognizing happiness and joy in us too. You can do that in these little moments throughout the day when you notice that, oh, it's time to maybe remember to bring in some mindfulness. You can even set an alarm on your phone every hour, stop doing what you're doing and do a quick rain practice that you can do just sitting or standing at your computer to say, what am I recognizing? Recognizing that I'm annoyed because I have to work, and then allowing that annoyance to be there, allowing the tightness, the constriction that I feel, that this is how it is right now. And then investigating that tightness of, oh, my stomach feels tight, my chest and shoulders feel tight because I've been sitting at the computer. And then nurturing yourself. Maybe you want to get up and stretch or walk or get a comforting drink. It can be that quick. So thank you so much for your practice today, for being here and supporting Maisha and the community. And I am wishing you all so much ease and love and peace in the new year.
I'm off mute. Michelle, that was so great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
so
you.
grateful. Thank you for being a member of our collective and guide of meditation and bringing so much of yourself to us.
Thank you so much for having me and for all the space that you provide to everyone to be able to get resources that they need, to get comfort that they need, to be able to show up with their gifts. It's just a really beautiful place. So I hope the rest of your day, new year, goes well today, and that you kick tomorrow off with a bang, a good bang, a big like fireworks bang.
It's gonna be a bang, Michelle. You know us. What would Harriet do?
Yeah, exactly. I think Harriet would be super jazzed about this.
Yeah, me too. I appreciate you, Michelle.
All right. I appreciate you too. Thank you. Have fun today.
You're welcome.
Be safe and well, everybody.
Bye, Michelle. How are you all feeling after that meditative space with Michelle? I was feeling so grounded. I was like, oh, also in the back end, joking around with the crew, feeling great. Thank you all for tuning in, and hopefully you feel good and grounded. I want to pull up our schedule so we can stay in tune together and see what's next. It looks like, if my bat senses are correct, it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a break. Let's double check together, shall we? Yes, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break here. We'll be breaking for about 5 minutes. And then Mitzi will be here with some intentional movement. All right. So I'm going to go ahead, and if I play Beyonce, I will get a copyright strike. So we will not play Beyonce, but we will do something until Mitzi comes to the stage and jazzes it up. So actually, I could tell a couple bad dad jokes. Okay, let's do that because we only have 5 minutes. If you need, Jen's here.
You need an audience for jokes, so that's why I'm here.
Oh, great. All right, y'all, we're going to tell some jokes. They're not going to make any sense. And I guess that's what they make. All right, here's my comedy routine. If you need to take a break, go get a bio break. We've been on live for 2 hours. We're going to be live for a long time. So get used to these faces. I might even do a costume change. All right. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why?
Get to the other side. Why was 6 Sarah? Okay, I'm going to say 6, 7. 6, 7. Okay. 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7.
Shout out for Heather on that one. I learned that from her.
But why was 6 scared of 7?
Because 7, 8, 9.
Damn it. Okay. That joke didn't last too long.
I'm not a good audience, am I? I'm sorry.
Okay. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Who? Huh?
Orange.
Orange who?
Knock, knock.
I ain't answering this time. Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Orange, you glad to see me?
Oh, God. Maybe we should play your TED Talk.
Okay, listen, I'm trying to jazz it up. If you're just now watching here, this is our Heal Your Way Forward Live-a-thon, announcing that we are now a nonprofit fiscally sponsored project. And for only $44 a day, you too could be a member of the Heal Your Way Forward Collective. If you're not interested in becoming a member, you too can go ahead and donate here at this link to givesocial.org at healyourwayforward.org. You have options. We have collective solutions. That was a good commercial.
Oh, good. I need to work on my Jerry Lewis impression for our live-a-thon today. I love the PDF. Oh, Sarah says, what did 0 say to 8? What, Sarah? Can you type in the answer? Nice belt, yeah.
Nice.
Nice belt. Oh.
Sarah's coming in the collective with the collective realness. Thank you, Sarah. We needed another joke. Okay. Do we have any funny stories? Yeah, we've been doing this work together for a while, and I'm trying to think of any funny memories.
Oh my gosh, something from a CYPCon, I'm sure.
Oh my God. So, all right. We used to have CYPCon. We're going to do something similar this year. Stay tuned 2026. When you get your tax refunds, just save them, because tax refund date, I'm making all kind of announcements. Retreat here. Let's hang out there. Let's do this. Where's the money coming from? We make it up. Because money.
Of that, we're like not tax deductible now, right? Like if
we're tax deductible. Give us all your money. Hey, if you're a member and you want your company to match donations, we can even do match donating. Let us know.
It's a new world.
It's a whole new world. This is where I operate from. Your membership is even tax deductible. I never thought I'd say it, but I said it. I remember the live when I used to say, you don't need a tax receipt to do liberation work. Well, hell, now you're getting one. So use it. Okay, just use it. I remember that when we did like my grandiose thinking that we're going to have this huge conference that everyone's going to come to in Las Vegas. and we had this big ass room.
Right, now I know what you're
I
talking
had a podium and a mic, and I was like, what the okay. But we gave out books to the community. That was the best part. Mitzi was here. Jen, you were
That
there.
was yeah, that was cool.
But then Jen was like, we had people come. Aiko came, our sister came, she brought some friends.
Yeah,
We
Kina
had
was
so
there.
much food left over. I remember that Mario and the kids took the food and donated the food.
Yep.
Like, we had a big vision. And I remember Jen was just looking at my face. She's like, oh, I can make this room work. And I was just like, okay. My face was so sour the whole time because I was just like, why did I want to have this big thing that, but then the following year we made it smaller and it
Oh,
was
it's so good.
intimate and it was just perfect for our community. So looking forward to not just doing something in Vegas, but like there's a lot of y'all in the Midwest, there's a lot of folks on the East Coast. So like we could just do weekends together. But my most exciting event is the Quince Beyonce party.
Oh, there you go.
We're doing a quinceañera / Beyonce birthday party for myself and Janine in California.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so great. Like you're gonna wear Janine's gonna go all Quince, I'm going all Beyonce, and it's a birthday party. A little bit of Banda, a little bit of Beyonce. Who would have thought Banda and Beyonce? And it's open for all, so you all can get tickets and hopefully Vita, they can be our DJ and it'll be a great time.
Dream with us, friends.
This is what we do. And like if you ever came behind the scenes and you want to know what we do in our meetings.
Yeah, we talk about, remember when Beyonce was our like best friend and like supported us so fully and we all like hung out. Yeah, I love that game. We should play that game.
We play a really good game. And as a matter of fact, I remember when Mitzi was backstage and it's time for her to come up.
That's right. Maybe throw up that link one more time, Maisha.
One more time. I got to figure out what button I pushed. Hold on a second, you all.
All right, I'm backstage.
Should I give the spiel? For your low cost of $44, you too could become a member of the Heal Your Way Forward Collective. And if you're not interested in membership, you can give a one-time donation to the link below. Hey, Mitzi, how's it going?
Oh my goodness. Hi, it's going well. How are you?
I'm good. It's so good to see you today.
It's great to see you. And I love tuning in earlier to hear your words from your heart. It's always so good to hear from the heart of the matter. And it's raining here. It started raining just like a couple minutes ago. And I'm all showered for the day. So yeah, I'm ready to be here.
Well, all right. Well, I'm going to hand it over to you. For those of you who don't know, Mitzi is one of our direct compassionate communication practitioners. She's one of our artists, our creatives and residents. I don't know where that just came from. Guess we're getting real big here now. So thank you, Mitzi. What is yours to lead us through some movement?
Thank you. All right, everybody. So the whole point of this is to set intentions with you for your year, for your season, for the middle of a season, because it's the last day of the 2025 calendar year. But as we know, that time in our personal life doesn't always tune up with what is happening on a calendar that's man-made. And only one of the calendars, right? So honor, it's a time to honor your own time, your own season, your own rhythm, and whatever it is that you're in tune with. So if you're in tune with, I know in our community, Maisha has been integrating the moon cycle, for example. And like I said, we're all going through our own seasons. So that means that, honor whatever season it is. Maybe it's the end of the 2025 calendar, but it could be already a month ago, a couple weeks ago, a couple days ago, and a couple hours ago. You already might have started another season, or you're in the middle of something. So to start us off, I'm going to first tell you a little bit about myself so you know who I am, in case you've never met me, you've never seen me. I'm Mitzi Magdaleno. I was born in Mexico City. For my mother's side, my family is from Oaxaca, and for my dad's side, My family's from Nayarit in Mexico. I really relate to my Oaxacan side of my family because my mom has really strong ties to her indigenous roots and has brought us in those indigenous roots, from the color that is in the embroidered outfits to how we look at community and how we look at shared responsibility and shared power. My mom is a very proud woman, and I love that. I feel like that is something that I took in for myself as well, and am very, very proud to be who I am, where I come from. I was raised in San Francisco for most of my life. I recently moved to up north in Sonoma County, and I love it here, and that's where I'm currently at. So you will see lots of beautiful nature outside. It's a big part of my life. So that's a little bit about me, but as you are starting off with me, you can grab a piece of paper, pen, pencil. You can grab any other kind of utensils that you want. You can grab your snacks, because as if you've been to the Hear Your Way Forward, Check Your Privilege community, it's all about honoring where you're at. So I'm going to say that a lot. I'm going to be saying that a lot through the session. Take care of your needs. If for whatever reason, it's like you can only come in for 30 minutes because your body's telling you, there's something coming up here, and all of a sudden it's releasing a lot of things. I need to go rest. That's you honoring your time and your season, your rhythm. So always remember that during my sessions, it's always about honoring your time, and whatever I'm guiding you through is simply an invitation, and you are always allowed to say no to that, to anything, and you're always allowed to alter it as well. So if I am moving by standing up, but you prefer to move in your chair, or you prefer to be in your bed completely parallel, that is okay, because there is still some intention setting. And so that's the name of this session, is intention setting movement. So I'm going to guide us through a process that's going to start off slow so that you can be in tune with where you're at. And so I'm going to take from direct compassionate communication and start with the observations, and I'll guide you through that. And then we're going to move into, so simply just looking at our surroundings and being still. Being still is a huge part of movement, because when we are still, that's when we're that's the original place where we're setting our intention, and then we begin to move. Often in a lot of societal spaces, we're asked to move without any kind of thought process, any kind of intention setting. And then we wonder, how did that go off? What happened there? Why am I having such a challenge? Why am I having such a, yes, thank you, Gail. I love that. I love that you can add stuff to the chat. That's cool. You are all welcome to do more of that. I like that. Let me know if you want me to pause or get into something specific that I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. Oh, I like that. I didn't see that earlier. Got so excited about that. Okay. And then as I get you going, then after observations, we're going to go into some breath work, just some simple breath work to start to move our body and our energy. And then we're going to get into some more movement stuff. All right. So here we go. Grab some water if you need some, grab some writing stuff or your phone, but really begin to look at where you're at. That's the first part of this. Look at what's around you. And this process might feel slow sometimes, and actually sometimes it can bring out some of that anxious energy because we're so ready to move, especially when a session is called movement. But also that's that invitation to ask yourself, when I am in a space when I come into a space, have I set my intention? What is my intention? What is my personal intention? My intention for this session is to get you to be in tune with your body, to be aware of what's happening around you, to listen to your breathing, to feel parts of your body that maybe you haven't been in tune with. The knees, the back of the knees, I'm sitting down right now on the floor, and it feels really good for me right now. But as we're looking around and using our observations and our senses, just like in direct compassionate communication, where we're observing with our senses, we're using our eyes. What does it smell like? What are your fingers touching? My fingers I'm currently wearing shorts. I love wearing shorts indoors. Even if it's freezing, I will have 3 layers on the top and probably most likely shorts for the bottom. So I like to feel my legs. So do you feel your legs? The laptop is currently on my chair. So I'm feeling the texture of the chair. It's got this kind of very, very small weaving. It almost looks like, if anybody crochets, it looks like a crochet pattern. I am seeing the gray sky. You might actually be able to see it too. I see the trees around me. I see the TV screen. It's usually got like some nice background music, so I can hear that. And currently the visual that's on the TV is Bart Simpson sleeping. I feel my butt on the floor. I can feel my sits bone. Is that what those are called? The cushion of my bottom. And so just notice where you're at. What's surrounding you? Got this pink curtain here. The texture feels good. And really get into it. I never touch this curtain. Every day. It's here in my room. And I've never touched it like this. And it feels really good. It feels really good, actually. I love texture. I love color. I can feel my hair all wet. What do you feel? What do you see? What do you smell? What are you tasting? What are you feeling energetically? All right. Now, as we progress into this other part, I'll give you a couple moments just again to really notice the heck out of things. Like we're going to the extremes of what we usually do, to the little specks of dust, to little patterns of the wood, if you have any wood around, or the texture of your furniture, or if you have a candle around, this is the perfect time to smell it. And naturally, observing automatically makes me breathe deeper. I don't know if that happens to everybody. I imagine that it happens to a lot of people because it's turning off that go, 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 go. It's turning that part off. It's turning it down, maybe not off. Maybe there's still thoughts of, oh my goodness, in a couple hours, I have to start preparing for this, or I need to figure out what my New Year's plans are, or I've got something to host, or I need to run to the store, or all the many things. And maybe that's kind of floating in and out. But I notice that the more that I'm observing the textures around me and the senses and tuning into the senses, all of that stuff starts to just go. It goes away. It turns down if it doesn't completely go away. And my breathing gets deeper. And there's moments of silence. And so I'm really going to honor those moments of silence for myself. All right, so we're going to start to do some intentional breath work. And we're going to start to tell our bodies, I'm safe. I'm safe enough to take in a lot of air and release a lot of air. I'm safe enough to control the rhythm of my breath. And if you are at all similar to me, that means I start to sway. And so breath work doesn't always have to be completely still. We don't have to be anything other than with ourselves and whatever happens naturally. If the breathing makes you want to stand up, that is okay. If the breathing wants to make you cozy up and lie down, that is okay. Some of us might have come into these sessions ready to, all right, I'm going to solve something. I'm going to solve what it takes to have a peaceful world. And then realize, oh, wait a second, I'm exhausted. I'm going to be in bed and cozy up while I hear Mitzi's voice. And maybe I'm going to drift. Maybe I'll kind of hear her voice in the background. But really what my body's asking me to do is rest. Or, oh my goodness, I realize I can't sit through this because I didn't eat this morning. There's so many realizations that come when we start to observe and tune into our body. So again, honor that. Take 2 counts in and fill that air into your tummy. And I want you to feel it in the lower parts of your tummy. So if you can, put your hands on the bottom part of your tummy and breathe in for 2. And then let it out for 3. And I'm going to close that because my puppy is trying to get all wet. Breathe in for 2 and continue that pattern. 2 in, 3 out. 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 And this time we're going to bring it a little bit longer. So 3 in and then 4 out. 3 in, 4 out. 3 in, 4 out. And always tune into your body, honor what it's asking. If you start to feel a little dizzy or anything like that, it should, don't make yourself feel dizzy unless you're intentionally spinning around. But continue that pattern of 3 in, 4 out. And I'm observing, back to observations. I've got my puppy right by me, and he was outside. It was sprinkling out there. So I'm just focusing on getting him clean while sticking to my breathing. And I noticed that I stopped counting for myself, and that is perfectly okay. But I'm going back into it, breathing for 3, and breathing out for 4. I'm also noticing I was sick all last week, and my breathing, it feels good, but it still feels like it's straining to reach all the way to my tummy. And so I can still feel it, that it's only kind of how it feels. Obviously I'm getting oxygen through all of my body, but the sensation of being able to blow up that tummy, like make it puff up, it's kind of strange. So I'm not forcing myself. I'm listening to my body. And it's just a great reminder again that in anything that we move through, whether it be work, family, friendships, collaborations, partnerships, whatever it is that we are engaging with, if something doesn't feel right for us, it's a good time to ask ourselves, what is this asking me to do? Is this asking me to alter something? Is it asking me to pause? Is it asking me to redefine my relationship with this engagement? Because maybe I can't do 3 deep breaths. Maybe I can't do 4 breaths out. And it's that same everything is very similar. So if there is an engagement, some sort of relationship with another person, or with an organization, or a group of people, or family, or whatever it is, or a stranger, and your intention was to be in a certain way, but then you begin to do the thing, and then all of a sudden you're realizing it doesn't feel good. It's a great time to pause and redefine that relationship. Maybe I can only do it for, I said I was going to do this for 10 minutes, but maybe I can only do it for 1 minute. I said I could do this job, for example, for a year, or maybe I thought it was going to be indefinite, and then I realized this isn't the job for me. What are some ways? And for those of us who are practicing direct compassionate communication, it sounds very similar to what are my requests? And so I'm gonna be tuning into that too, so that some of us can get a little bit of that taste of direct compassionate communication. Am I requesting something different for myself? So maybe instead of doing the 3 to 4 thing, I'm just gonna breathe. I'm just gonna breathe normally and sway with Mitzi, or be here and listen and take in words, but just let my natural breathing do its thing. And we get to do that with all sorts of relationships, is my point. And we get to set our intentions continuously and change them if we want them, and communicate with the people that we are in relationship with. Hey, I think I got to change this up. It's not really feeling good for me. It's not feeling good for me. Doesn't feel right. And we practice that with ourselves first and foremost. Indirect compassionate communication, that practice, I love for it to start with us, with ourselves, and really anything, right? Because if it doesn't feel right for you, it might not feel right for a lot of people. And sometimes we're so afraid to even go there. Well, it's said that someone told me that this would work for me. Someone said that it would work for me, that it worked for them. Why is it not working for me? Is there something wrong with me? And we have to start asking ourselves different questions than, is there something wrong with me? That question has to be altered. Is this system healthy for me? Is this system, is this way of being healthy for me? Is it nurturing me? Is it giving me life? Is it giving me life? Is it giving me life enough for me to move through this world and also share life with other people? Or does it feel bad that all of a sudden I'm feeling tight? I'm starting to feel tight in my body. I'm starting to feel sick. I'm starting to feel stressed. I'm starting to feel my throat closed up, my chest tighten up, my shoulders hunched. I'm starting to feel closed in. Your body will tell you a lot of things before even our minds start to tell us, hey, there's something off. Our bodies will already. That's why observations is such a big, big deal. All right. So this session is intention setting. So we did a lot of just observation, a lot of breathing in, listening to some of the words. I don't know if anybody brought their journals or their phones for note taking. This is a great time to just like take about 2 minutes. I'm looking at the clock. It's 27 after the hour here. And so for about 2 minutes, just jot down any thoughts that are crossing your mind, any observations, anything that you've noticed about your body, anything that you've noticed about your breathing, about the space that you're in, anything about yourself. This is a perfect time to go get some water if you need it. I'm seeing that I have some water near me. All right. Let's see. Some screens. Look for the share. All right. I'm taking a look because I think I'll be able to share some sounds. But while I do that, feel free to continue to write down your thoughts. All right. I'm going to play this song. If for some reason the sound doesn't work for people, because this I don't know if I've used this one before. It looks pretty simple enough. But I will be playing David Gray, Sail Away. So if you have YouTube or any kind of streaming thing for music, feel free to put that on for your computer if it's not working through here. Or play another song as well that's on your playlist. The song is about 5 minutes, and it's good timing to what we're gonna do is start to actually move our bodies. And as we move our bodies, so that was about 2 minutes of journaling or jotting down. As we move our bodies, set an intention for yourself, whether it's as simple as, oh, I just want to, my intention really is to just listen to the song and enjoy that simple as that. Or my intention is to, I've been feeling a lot of stress in my back, so I'm going to just work on releasing that stress and moving my shoulders. Or as general as, I just want to move my body. I haven't moved in a while. Whatever that intention is, set one. We're practicing that intention setting. How am I showing up? These are the questions that I want to invite you to start asking. Not, is there something wrong with me? But, ooh, I'm here and I have an intention, and I'm here and I'm walking in with that intention. And I want to set that intention so that I can see what happens when I move with this intention. Does it work for me? Because then that way, as we move through life, we're realizing that worked. That actually worked. When I show up in spaces and I'm relaxed and I want to show up powerful, and not power over, but power with people, power within, power to relate, power to express myself. That takes energy, and I think of power as that way. I love a lot of these movement practices that I've been a part of and have learned from, because they help me with that. A lot of them are intention setting, and maybe they use different words, but how to be present, how to show up. And so set that intention and see if it works for you, because then that way, you know, oh, that didn't work for me. It doesn't work for me to show up so intensely. Maybe I'm a gentle person and I love showing up gently. And gentle power is so powerful. I'm sure people, you know, somebody that just somehow they don't even have to say much, but their presence, just by being there, because they're so in tune with themselves, it changes the energy of the room. And maybe they don't have to say much. So let us go here with this song. And I'm going to share and then set your intention for how you want to move through these 5 minutes. Okay. For some reason, it wants to start me over. Oh, yes. Okay. Maybe I won't have to start it. Can people hear that? I don't know if anybody is able to put in the chat if you can hear that. Thank you.
I'm going to join you real quick, Mitzi. I can't hear your sound. We could at first, but now we can't. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. Does it work?
Sail away with me, honey. Put my heart in your hand. Sail away with me, honey. Now. Sail away with me. What will be. I wanna hold you now. Crazy skies are wild above me now. Winter howling at my face, and everything I held so dear disappeared without a trace. Oh, all the times I tasted love, never knew quite what I had. Little darling, if you hear me now, never needed you so bad. Spinning round inside my head. Sail away with me, honey. I put my heart in your hand. Sail away with me, honey. Now. Sail away with me. What will be, will be. I wanna hold you now. I've been talking drunken gibberish, falling in and out of bars, trying to get some explanation here by the way some people are. How did it ever come so far? Sail away with me, honey. Put my heart in your hand. Sail away with me, honey. Now. Sail away with me. What will be, will be. I wanna hold you now. Sail away with put my heart in your hand. Sail away with me, honey, now, now. Sail away with me. What will be with me? I wanna hold you now, now, now. Sail away with me, honey. Put my heart in your hand. You break me up if you pull me down. Whoa, sail away with me. What will be with me? I wanna hold you now, now, now.
Okay. Cool. Yes. And thank you for putting in the chat too, because that helps me be in tune with you all. It feels so good to move. I really just for my own intention, I haven't moved in a while because I've just been sick in bed, and I got this this bad flu that's just been going around. A lot of people in my community got it. And so yeah, I had just been out. So it just felt so good to sway and listen. This song that I in my 20s just listened to a lot to just soothe me. And so a lot of music that I listen to is to soothe myself. So thank you for sharing that with me. So that was one of our first movement little bits with that intention to practicing setting that intention as you move. And as we continue, I'm going to play more music, but then setting an invitation, a request to do it in a certain way. And again, at any point you can be like, I want to alter it. I want to take this time to do something else for myself. Maybe I'll do something different. So for this next song, I want you to, the invitation is to move in your space a little bit more than what you would normally do. And what more means for you can be different than what it means for me. So more for me, an idea of more can be using up more space. So spatially more. That can be one of the ways that you express more. Or more for you can be with a little more power. So instead of like maybe like a kind of, I'm just gonna flail about, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe I'm gonna use more energy. Like there's some people, I've had this in a couple weeks before, where I just had so much energy, especially before I got sick, and I could have used some like intense, like more powerful, almost aggressive movements. And so if more means that for you, then feel free to do more of that. Or it could be more gentle. It could be like, hey, I'm going to exaggerate more of that gentle feeling and that flowy feeling. So maybe your more can be continuous flow. but I want more of something. So what are we going to reach more of? Set that intention. And I'm going to look for another wonderful song for us. Ooh, I like this song. So this song is Jacob Banks, Slow Up. And oh my goodness, the lyrics are beautiful. So if you want to look up the lyrics, I invite you to do a little quick search. Jacob Banks, Slow Up. Actually, because I can share my screen, I'll just put it on the lyrics on there. But basically, the intention, again, is to do more of something. Also, okay. Lyrics. There we go.
What I've learned from the ocean, how to dance and rejoice in the motion. Let the sun have its moment, the moon will come. What I've learned from a soldier, every man is a son to a daughter, and we only remember when we see the blood. Don't grow up on me. Keep that backstroke in your afro. Don't you grow up on me. Slow up, homie. Don't you grow up on me. Keep it OG, sip it slowly. Don't you grow up on me. Slow up, homie. Don't you show off on me. Don't you grow up on me. Show off on me. What I've learned from a traveler, there's no road that can lead to Nirvana. There's a world to discover, but home is love. What I've learned from a mirror, look too hard and you find you a stranger. Love is just a decision, the choice is yours. Don't grow up on me. Keep that backstroke in your afro. Don't you grow up on me. Slow up, homie. Don't you grow up on me. Keep it OG, sip it slowly. Don't you grow up on me. Slow up, homie. Don't you show off on me. Don't you grow up on me. Slow up on me. Don't you grow up on me. Wear your afro like your backbone, don't you grow up on me. Slow up, homie, don't you grow up on me. Keep it OG, sip it slowly, don't you grow up on me. Slow up, homie, don't you grow up on me. Wear that afro like your backbone, don't you grow up on me. Slow up, homie, don't you grow up on me. Keep it OG, sip it slowly, don't you grow up on me. Slow up, homie, don't you show up on me. Don't you grow up on me. Don't you grow up on me. Slow up on me. Slow up on me.
Cool. All right. So I don't know if you got a chance to look at those lyrics, if you saw them on my screen, but I love that song and I'll tell you why I love it. I'm sure there are reasons why you will love it. But the lyrics talk about being a Black man and not growing up so fast, literally slowing down. And let me see those lyrics again. Where did they go? All right, well, I don't know what I did with that screen, but basically, yeah, what it speaks to me, and obviously that's what lyrics are amazing for that reason, and music, because you can hear many different things in different ways, but it really paints this picture of me like I refuse to grow up just because the world tells me to, or be a certain way, or be so fast, or be a certain way because society is asking this of me, or this is how I have been defined. And he speaks of wearing his afro out and being a Black man and being a young man and being young. And I just think of this, the boy that he's referencing, the little boy in him, because so many of us are force ourselves to grow up faster than we even should, simply for the sake of catching up to whatever it is, this make-believe thing. And so it's so powerful to hear a Black man singing about slowing down. It's so powerful to me. It's such a powerful message that is singing to himself and to all the other Black men, other Black boys who are growing up in the USA. It's so good. So I love songs for that reason. My intention during that song was to get like stretch out further, because it's nice to take up space. It's great to take up space, and practicing that. If you want to share in the chat what some of your intentions have been so far, either for this song or for the song before, please, I would love that. That would be awesome to see some of that. We're going to take 2 more minutes again, because there's movement happening. There's a lot of energy. I don't know if you felt this. I felt a lot of energy as I was moving. That stretching out, I haven't done that in so many days. That's stretching out. I could feel the energy in my fingertips. That happens to me a lot when I do breath work and when I do intentional movement. I start to feel this tingly feeling, especially in breath work. If you've done that at all, like in an intensive type of breath work, you start to feel the energy in your fingertips, like the stretchiest parts of your body. So like even like the tops of your head or your toes, the extremities, you start to feel this tingling. It's this energy that starts to become alive. And so feel that. And notice it. Where is this energy going to? Where is it moving towards? What's being asked of you? So yeah, I could feel it in my fingers as I was stretching, as I was reaching more out. I was like, more of that, more out there. Stretch myself. So that was my intention. So once again, if you have any intentions, put it in the chat. Otherwise, just keep with the rhythm of this. Like I said, 2 minutes of just noticing and journaling, pausing. I'm gonna get some water finally. Oh, Remy, you want some water too? Here you go. Okay, let's see. Okay, about 1 more minute. All right. Okay. So, like I mentioned before, we're going to do a couple of these movement sessions with different intentions. And for those of us who practiced our compassionate communication or want to start doing that, this is where we did some just observations, some just being here, being in our bodies, being present, some breath work, some intentional breath work, some movement with some light intention. And now what I want us to practice is getting into some of those emotions, because I haven't really talked really at all about, like, there's a lot of feelings, right? And we want to honor those feelings. And in direct compassionate communication, there is so much about feelings. There's a whole part of it that we talk about feelings, our emotions, how we're experiencing life. And so honoring that as well, because it's not just observations. There's a lot of things that are happening, especially during the holiday season, whether it's feelings towards our family, feeling towards ourselves, feelings towards, there's a lot of commercial stuff happening at us, telling us to buy things or telling us to purchase certain things, or did we do enough? Did we do enough for the year? Are we worthy of celebrating this year? There's a lot of those kind of messages, like, did we accomplish enough? Do we feel accomplished? Do we feel proud of ourselves? And there's a lot of feeling that goes with this time of the year. And so I want to honor that. I want to honor the humanity of what it is to live in our society, our bigger society, and in a very general way, because obviously there's so many little micro communities and family communities. But what does that mean for us? What are the feelings that come attached to that? Do we feel let down? Do we feel disappointment? Do we feel frustration, anger, sadness, grief. And do we feel that anywhere in our bodies? Do we relate to where it feels anywhere in our bodies? Sarah says, this message hits close. I hate the season for that sensation of what did you accomplish this year and the questions of worthiness attached to that. Right? I mean, I do it myself. And I almost like, it's almost like it feels good sometimes, but then other times, yeah, I have to like check in with myself and go, who am I proving to? Like who is it that who I'm like trying to say this to? And would I be okay if I didn't do that? Like there's almost like this tendency in me that I'm like, oh, it's great. It's great to celebrate myself. I love that. I love that part of it. But what part of it is attached to my worthiness of, oh, I did good, didn't I? This desire to, and it's human. I want to be acknowledged. I want to feel a part of something. I want to feel celebrated. But also that other side of it where it's, am I going to make myself feel bad if I didn't do certain things, if I didn't accomplish certain things, if I didn't meet these general things? And again, from what I was mentioning before, is that life-giving? At the end of the day, is this practice, is this tradition nurturing me? Is it life-giving? Is it loving towards myself? And in our workspaces, especially as we build relationships, build community, build each other, are we taking that time to just be like, I love you. I love you for existing. There's not much that you have to do for me to love you. How often do we hear that message? You don't have to do anything for me to love you. I just love you for you existing, for you sharing this reality with me. So what are the feelings that come along with this? So for this next song, as we listen to it, I'm going to see if I can find us a song that kind of relates to this. Oh, hi everyone. Sam. Hi Sam. Was watching on Substack. Now I'm watching on both. Love you, Mitzi. I love you too. Love you, Sam. All right. So let's see. Ooh. Okay. This one's a little bit more like, I don't know. It's a little bit moody. I'm going to play this one because it's a bit moody and it kind of has that tension. This song is called, I have no idea how you pronounce her name. So I'm sorry, person, if I mispronounce it. Noga Erez. I think she's Israeli. But the song is Penny Lane. And it's a little bit moody. So I'll let you listen. Oh, come on. I want it to oh, there we go. So I can put the lyrics for you all. Oh, maybe she doesn't have the lyrics for this. Okay. So it's a bit moody. And it's a song about relating to someone and she's finding a little bit of her worthiness with this relationship. And almost kind of blaming. So if you practice direct compassionate communication and there's those belief-based feelings where we feel like somebody else is doing this to us. Somebody else is making us feel this way. This is that song. And I want to honor that human sensation, that human experience of like, it's you. You're the one that did this to me. And this is what the song is for. Because I don't want us to skip over that. That's so human to want to just be like, you're the one that did this to me. Whether it be frustration, anger, grief, anything, even love. Sometimes that can feel like, why am I feeling this way? I feel so out of control. These feelings of bliss that it feels like they're happening to us. So I want to purposefully and intentionally go there. All right, so here we go.
I can't change the fucking world. I can't change no opinions. Oh yes, bitch, it's spinning around me.
Hey, what? Big and broke now. Hey, what? Big and broke now. Hey, what? Big and broke now. Hey, what? Big and broke.
Tell me that I'm sexy. Don't make me go out messing with other guys. Even if I'm just disgusting, you should come in and undress me with your eyes. Your eyes and eyes all night long. Talk is cheap, baby, you should really dive. If you like a thing, maybe you should put a time. Oh no! So will be the day I outcast you like, hey, I want you for you, want my nuts and day, yeah. Quick, cause I'm about to put a rhyme on it. Times are dark, you're supposed to be my light. Funny how outside I'm hot, at home I'm just alright. Am I supposed to guess now?
Hey, what? Big and broke now. Hey, what? Big and broke now. Hey, what? Big and broke now. Hey, what? Big and broke.
Tell me that I'm sexy. Don't make me go out messing with other guys. Even if I'm just disgusting, you should come in and undress me with your eyes. Your eyes and eyes all night long.
Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me. Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me. Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me. Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me. Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me. Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me. Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me. Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me. Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me. Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me. Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me. Okay, chick, cause I wanna make you smile with me.
Tell me that I'm sexy. Don't make me go out messing with other guys. Even if I'm just disgusting, you should come in and undress me with your eyes. Hello, it's
Okay. All right. So that was a good example of those belief-based feelings that feel like, oh, someone is doing this to me. They're making me act out in a certain way. And oh, Sam, not hearing it yet. Hopping off for now. This has been fantastic. Thank you, Sam. I'll see you next time. And hopefully you were able to hear some of that pretty well. It sounds like you were, but I could see that there was a little bit of an issue in the beginning. But yeah, honoring those base belief feelings and also honoring those really intense, pure feelings of whatever it is that's happening in your life, especially at the end of the year. All right. So we're going to do one more song similar with that intention of feeling throughout the year. What has this season, whether it's these past couple of months, past couple of weeks, past couple of days, yes, have to feel the things and then be accountable to what I feel. So powerful, Sam. Feel it. Even if at the moment it feels like blame, feel that intensely. I want to blame the whole world for what is happening to me. Feel it intensely. Give yourself permission to do that in a safe container. And by that, I mean a container that's safe for your body. So like my room, it's a safe container for me. My car has been that. My little car. It finally is like, I'm done, Mitzi. We have felt too much together. And so it's at the end of its journey with me. But yeah, there have been so many moments in that car where I've just been like, like legit. That has been my safe space where I'm like, oh, everybody, like, oh, all the strong, big, powerful emotions of screaming, crying, where I am like, you all out there, allowing myself to feel that. And then Sam, like she said, then being accountable. Okay. All right. I'm feeling that. I'm feeling this way towards someone. I'm feeling this belief that these people, this person, this group, this whatever, this system, this whatever it is. And now what? Now what is my intention? How do I move once I am out of this safe container where I'm allowing myself to feel this? So we're going to create that space with the song, create that safe container where you're feeling it. And then what I love about a song is that it's contained within a song. So once that song finishes, release it from your body, feel that thing, and then release it, let it go. That's what the movement is for, to release that energy. And maybe before we go talk to somebody about these strong feelings that we're feeling and experiencing, we can check in with ourselves and really feel it powerfully so that by the time we do go to talk to somebody, we're not continuing that energy. All right. So let's see. I really like this song. I just ran into it a couple days ago and it's super cool. So it's by Ren. And it is called Hi Ren. And again, during this time, just feel whatever this is making you feel.
Hi there, Ran. It's been a little while. Did you miss me? You thought you buried me, didn't you? Risky. Cause I always come back. Deep down, you know that. Deep down, you know I'm always in periphery. Rent on your pleased to see me. It's been weeks since we spoke, bro. I know you need me. You're the sheep, I'm the shepherd. Not your place to lead me. Not your place to be biting off the hand that feeds me. Hi, Ren. I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself since my therapist told me I'm ill. And I've been making some progress lately, and I've learned some new coping skills. So I haven't really needed you much, man. I think we need to just step back and chill. Ren, you sound more insane than I do. You think that those doctors are really there to guide you? Been through this a million times. Your civilian mind is so perfect at always being lied to. Okay, take another pill, boy. Drown yourself in the sound of white noise. Follow this 10-step program, rejoice. All your problems will be gone. Fucking dumb boy. Nah, mate. This time is different, man. Trust me. I feel like things might be falling in place. And my music's been kind of doing bits too. Like I actually might do something great. And when I'm gone, maybe I'll be remembered for doing something special with myself. That's why I don't think that we should talk, man. Cause when you're with me, it never seems to help. You think that you can amputate me? I am you, you are me, you are I am we are one. Split in two, that makes one. So you see, you gotta kill you if you wanna kill me. I'm not left over dinner, I'm not scraps on the side. Oh, your music is thriving, delusional guy. Where's your top 10 hit? Where's your interview with Oprah? Wow, your Grammys, Ren? Nowhere. Yeah, but my music's not commercial like that. I never chase numbers, statistics or stats. I never write hooks for the radio, they never even play me, so why would I concern myself with that? But my music is really connected, and the people who find it respect it. And for me that's enough, cause this life's been tough, so it gives me a purpose I can rest in. Man, you sound so pretentious. Ren, your music is so self-centered. No one wants to hear another song about how much you hate yourself. Trust me. You should be so lucky, having me inside you to guide you, remind you to manage expectations, provide you perspective. That thing you neglected, I get it. You wanna be a big deal, next Jimi Hendrix, forget it. Man, it's not like that. Man, it's just like that. I'm inside you, you twat. No, it's not, man. You're wrong. When I write, I belong. Let me break the fourth wall by acknowledging this song. Ren sits down, has a stroke of genius. He wants to write a song that was not done previous. A battle with his subconscious. Eminem did it. Play guitar. Plan B did it. Man, you're not original, you criminal. Vice, the pinnacle of your success is stealing other people's material. Ren, mate, we've heard it all before. She sells seashells on the seashore. Fuck you. I don't need you. I don't need to hear this. Cause I'm fine by myself. I'm a genius. And I will be great. And I will make waves. And I'll shake up the whole world beneath it. That's right. Speak your truth. Your fucking God complex leaks out of you. It's refreshing to actually hear you say it instead of downplay it.
Music is all about the creative process, and if people can find something to relate to within that, then that's just a bonus.
Fuck you. I'ma fucking kill you, Ren. Well, fucking kill me, then. Let's fucking have you, Ren. I'ma do it. Watch me prove it. Who are you to down my music? Cause I call the shots, I choose if you die. Yeah, I call the shots, and so I choose who survives. I'll tie you up in knots when I lock you inside. Newsflash. I was created at the dawn of creation. I am temptation. I am the snake in Eden. I am the reason for treason, beheading all kings. I am sin, with no rhyme or reason. Son of the morning, Lucifer, Antichrist, father of lies. Mephistopheles, truth in the blender, deceitful pretender, the banished avenger, the righteous surrender. When standing in front of my solar eclipse, my name is stitched to your lips. So you see, I won't bow to the will of a mortal, feeble and normal. You wanna kill me? I'm eternal immortal. I live in every decision that catalyzes chaos, that causes division. I live inside death, the beginning of end. I am you, you are me, I am you, Ren. Hi, Ren. I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself, and I've spent half my life ill. But just as sure as the tide starts turning, just as sure as the night has dawned, just as sure as the rainfall soon runs dry when you stand in an eye of a storm. I was made to be tested and twisted. I was made to be broken and beat. I was made by his hand, it's all part of his plan that I stand on my own 2 feet. And you know me, my will is eternal. And you know me, you've met me before. Face to face with a beast, I will rise from the east and I'll settle on the ocean floor. And I go by many names also. Some people know me as hope. Some people know me as the voice that you hear when you loosen the noose on the rope. And you know how I know that I'll prosper? Cause I stand here beside you today. I have stood in the flames that cremated my brain, and I didn't once flinch or shake. So coward the man I've become, When I sing from the top of my lungs, that I won't retire, I'll stand in your fire, inspire that me to be strong. And when I am gone, I will rise in the music that I left behind. Ferocious, persistent, immortal like you, we're a climate different side.
When I was 17 years old, I shouted out into an empty room, into a blank canvas, that I would defeat the forces of evil. And for the next 10 years of my life, I suffered the consequences, with autoimmunity, illness, and psychosis. As I got older, I realized there were no real winners and there were no real losers in psychological warfare, but there were victims and there were students. It wasn't David versus Goliath. It was a pendulum, eternally swaying from the dark to the light. And the more intensely that the light shone, the darker the shadow it cast. It was never really a battle for me to win. It was an eternal dance. And like a dance, the more rigid I became, the harder it got. The more I cursed my clumsy footsteps, the more I struggled. So I got older, and I learned to relax, and I learned to soften, and that dance got easier. It is this eternal dance that separates human beings from angels, from demons, from gods. And I must not forget, we must not forget, that we are human beings.
Okay, I'm going to give us a couple minutes to be with ourselves and close for ourselves that container that we created to feel whatever it was that we were feeling. That song in particular was very strong. So take a few minutes to yourself and close your container. Write down any last minute thoughts, ideas, feelings about this year, whatever they are. Ooh, what a ride with that song. Sam, love that song. Reminds me of Narcissist Cookbook. I have yet to check that out, so I'm going to check that out so that I can see what you're referring to. Oh my goodness, that song. When I first heard it, I was like, what is this? It's like a little skit to me. I love theatrical things. And it's very theatrical, very inviting us into like what's it called? Jekyll and Hyde kind of territory. The many personalities, the family systems of our brains, the variety of energies even within us. Because again, I talk about when we're relating to other people, relationships with other people. But I know for myself, I have a relationship with varieties of energies within myself, little personalities that are arguing with each other, like, hey, we got to do it this way. And another that's energy that's like, not at all. We cannot do that anymore. And they're arguing amongst themselves. So I really love this song because it points to the darker spaces of relationship with ourselves. And I personally am in the belief that I am created of many energies and many ancestors that are flowing through me and wanting to even come through me and be like, well, we wanted to experience this, Mitzi, and now you're that living channel. So can we do it this way? And maybe sometimes they have this wisdom of like, yeah, you know what? You've done it before. This energy that cycles through our bodies that has been here before and knows what happens when this takes place, the little patterns of life. And there's other times where the rebellious energy, this like rebellious, I want to say youthful. I often see it as youthful, but it could also be ancient. It could also be a youthful, ancient energy that's like, no, I know that that's how it's been done, but I still refuse to do it my way. Yes. And I love, and sometimes my parts have conflicting needs. Exactly. And yes. Oh, and that is what's so interesting about being human is that even within our own system of the human being, there is so much going on. We are so complex and so intuitive and such an amazing. Maisha spoke about, how did you say it this morning? Natural, spiritual technology. And yes, the technology, I'm wearing a mushroom shirt, the technology of nature, the technology of indigenous Black wisdom, the technology that has already been with us. And that's why I loved the session, Maisha, this morning that you spoke into about that, because there is already this technology that's happening before all these other technologies that we are tuning into with the computer and everything. All of this is recreation of what is already taking place out in nature. If the mushrooms already have a way of communicating that is way more advanced than we can ever fathom, it's already happening. The trees are already doing it. Look up mycelium systems, communication systems. Go down that rabbit hole today. Mushroom mycelium communication systems. Look up anything. Look up how bats communicate. Look up how whales communicate. Look up how so many creatures that we think that we are better than sometimes, where humans are up here. And then look at them and be like, just tell me, really try to convince me that there aren't already amazing systems, technology that's taking place out in nature. And it's happening all the time that we take it for granted. And our neural networks look so similar. We are so interrelated, Sam says. So yeah, what a powerful song. So I have about a couple more moments with you all, and we talked a little bit about, let's run through it. So we came in and just started observations and just tuning in with our senses, what's around us, where are we, what do we physically feel, what are we sensing, all of that. Where are we? Where are we in our bodies? Where are we in this whole world? Zooming all the way into us, to ourselves. Big, big, big world. So many things happening out there. Tuning in to ourselves, to what the spatial awareness of the immediate surroundings. And then we did some breath work and saw how that felt. And then we did a couple of just quick little intentions, very general intentions with some music. Then we talked about feelings and we got into that. Then we got into how we celebrate, how we think of when it's the end of the year, emotions that might come through that. The song talked about metrics. I really like, if you want to go back and look at those lyrics again, Ren, hi Ren, play it a couple times and see what comes up, because it's that relationship of, yes, I get to celebrate, and also when is that counterproductive to what I'm doing? Now I'm setting this thing for myself of, did I achieve this much? But now it's a detriment. And it's just constantly checking in. Is this life-giving, or is it becoming now that I'm linking my worthiness of just being human to that? And if I fall short, I'm telling myself I'm not worthy of blank, blank, and blank. I'm not worthy of love. I'm not worthy of support. I'm not worthy of safety. I'm not worthy of eating. I'm not worthy of all these basic things that it's like, yes, but actually you are worthy. And so if something in your life is telling you otherwise, and if even that something is you got to literally meet that and question it and say, again, that question is not what is wrong with me, shifting the what is wrong with me to how can this be more life-giving? How can I move? What can I do? What ways can I be? What intentions can I set? What ways can I then communicate to other people? What needs do I need met? What requests do I have for this to become life-giving again? Instead of what is wrong with me. So for the next 5 minutes, I want you to somewhere, whether it's on your notes, and if you have a piece of paper and a pencil, it would be extra, extra cool, because viscerally and like energetically, physically to do this, but write somewhere, what is wrong with me? Big. Right. What is wrong with me? Question mark. And then I want you to just scratch the heck out of that if you have a piece of paper. Sam says, thinking about how animals get to communicate in such deep, honest ways without the complications of language. Yes. And then after you do that with the what is wrong with me question mark, and then just scratch it, cross it out, poke at it, I want you to ask yourself other questions. Change that question for yourself. Sam had the comment, and sometimes my parts have conflicting needs. So instead of what is wrong with me, you can ask, what is this moment asking for me? What do I need in this moment? What do I need out of relationships in my life? What do I need in my space? What do I need to feel good, to feel whole? So alter that question of what is wrong with me, change it to something else. All right. I'm going to have one more song for us. Let's see. I think I'm going to go to my all right. So I'm going to play this song called, it's a Spanish song. It's a song in Spanish by Kevin Carl, Mexican artist, I believe. And it's called Es que yo te quiero a ti. And it's a love song. And when I listen to love songs, one of my favorite things to do is to dedicate that song to myself. I know that love songs are often meant, to be shared with another person, but I really love to invite people into dedicate the love song to yourself. So this will be our last song together. And I want you to really love yourself, not for anything that you've done this year. You can, if you want, if it comes up and you're like, I want to celebrate this, but the sensation, the intention should really be, I love you simply for existing. You're here. You're here. And you're worthy and you're whole and you're complete. And you don't have to do anything else. I just love you for existing. I just love you for sharing this space with me. That is the intention of the song that I invite you to. It comes with a cute little video. I'll put the lyrics up for anybody that can read Spanish. Or if you want to translate, do a little search, translate the song Es que yo te quiero a ti, which means it's because I love you, by Kevin Carl. And then you can look up, if you want to, the lyrics. Okay.
Hoy yo me encuentro sentado en el centro de mi habitación, pensando en qué hacer, pensando en qué hacer. Como un cigarro cayendo en cenizas, mi alma se muestra cayendo también, expulsada de ti. lejos y abrazarte me calmó todo el miedo que hay en mí. Dime que estarás en cada noche y cada día de hoy. Es que yo te quiero a ti. Yo te cuidaré cuando estés triste o bien contenta, corazón. Es que yo te quiero a ti. Es que yo te quiero a ti. Oh, 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 oh. Como me malviajo por acá, pensando en mil cosas por pasar. Me consume la noche y la ansiedad, pero siempre estás tú pa' calmar. Como un cigarro cayendo en cenizas, mi alma se muestra cayendo también, expulsada de dentro. Me he encontrado viéndote a los ojos y abrazarte me calmé todo el miedo que hay en mí. Dime que estarás en cada noche y cada día de dolor. Es que yo te quiero a ti. Ya no dejo que el miedo me gane, porque no sirve ni madres, ya que yo te quiero a ti. Es que yo te quiero a ti. Es que yo te quiero a ti. Es que yo te quiero a ti.
All right. And that song actually, let me look up as, okay. The music video is about the girls that are missing in Mexico, I believe. So it's got a really cool message. And by cool, I mean, because it's not cool that that's happening, but that this song is dedicated to sharing information about the desire, the requests to find and be accountable for the missing women, girls not only in Mexico, but in South America. And I believe they said that I can't find the information, but if you want to look up Kevin Carl Es Que Yo Te Quiero A Ti, and then find the organization that they collaborated with to find more information about that. So that concludes this session, the last session, this last movement part. I'm very, very grateful that everybody joined in whatever ways they could. I know for copyright things, I don't really think about that, but when we stream, I'm often playing music, so we probably got shut down in a variety of streaming platforms because of the full songs that I played. I'm going to think about that for tomorrow, because I do want us to continue movement for tomorrow as well, but there's going to be slight different things happening. So for tomorrow's session, definitely bring some water, just be comfortable, wear some clothes that you can move in a variety of ways. And I'll find some alternative ways so that we're not being shut down if we want to continue streaming on these different platforms so more people can have access to it. I'll get creative. So we'll see. All right. Thank you, everybody. Remember to set your intentions throughout the day, throughout the year. But most of all, remember yourself and because like we spoke about it already, how Maisha mentioned this morning, there is such a deep, already intuitive, it's so intuitive, it's so fucking smart. I got so excited that I cuss. I usually don't cuss unless I get really excited. It's so smart and it feels so intuitive. It feels almost like it's not happening, and then we're like, why, what just got me to do that? It's because there's this deep knowledge in us that is like, no, I refuse to do it this way, because this is not how I'm meant to be honored and nurtured and loved. And it's time for us to link up. It really is. So set those intentions, walk in powerfully, walk in with your innate, natural, beautiful power.
Thank you, Mitzi. Thank you for your time today.
Maisha.
It was great being here. You're welcome. It's just like 2020 all over again. We're like live streaming all day.
Right? Oh, okay.
But we appreciate your time that you gave to the collective as always. And just grateful for you being here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't think we got cut off. I think earlier I did because it was my TED Talk. It was weird. But there is royalty-free music. We can probably check on Bandcamp or something for tomorrow. But you'll figure it out because that's your magic.
Yeah, I'm like, I'll figure it out.
It'll work out.
All right,
Yeah.
everyone.
Thanks,
Okay,
Mitzi.
I'll see you around. Bye,
We'll
everybody.
see you at the next thing.
Bye,
Bye.
Maisha.
Peace. All right, y'all. So we are preparing for a break here. In a moment before our break, Jen is going to come back from our break. And actually, I think give me a second to pull up our schedule. Oh, wow. Look at that. Can you see it? There y'all go. So this is kind of our schedule. Right now, as you see, we are getting ready to take a break here. And Jen will be back in about 30 minutes for a direct compassionate communication, reflect and request. Then there'll be a somatic request, and that I'll be here leading fundraising. You will see how we raise funds for members of our community. There are several members who have been presented here today that need support. Mitzi is one of them. I'm one of them. Remy is one of them. There's so many members of our collective and in the public that have needs. So we're going to do a live communal round of White Bodies for Collective Action. And so you'll get to see what we do, how we hang out, and how we keep it real. So that is what we got coming up next. And so grateful for all of you who are tuning in. Shout out to the Substack family. Talk about sustenance. You are welcome to take a break. Go get you some water, get you something to eat, and come back. We'll be back in about 30 minutes with Jen in direct compassionate communication. And couple of things, Mitzi said a few things that remind me as 2025 is coming to a close is really your network. Your network, when I used to sell Mary Kay, listen, I've had a lot of lives, okay? A lot of lives in this young life that I live. When I used to sell Mary Kay, I remember the quote that we used to hear my director say is that your network is your net worth. And when I think about mushrooms and even trees and how they connect underground and they dig deep roots and they're all interconnected, it is actually true, right? Like how we connect and relate as humans matters. And I was thinking about some of the things that Mitzi was sharing with us. And one of the things that I like really sit with is what happens when you are building a network and the network, some of the roots start to die off. So one of the things I've noticed in the last 2 years is, I would say 5 years, right? How we had this deep rooted, connected, and just over time, when you're in community, like roots just fall off and sometimes you get an answer and sometimes you know. So when Mitzi was sharing, what's something that you're letting go of, I actually said, I'm letting go of the roots that have fallen off. And what does that mean? I'm going to bring something in racial context, and I don't speak often in racial context anymore for my own reasons. But one of the things that I've struggled with as a facilitator and a leader is the historical relationships between Black women and white women. And there have been several white women that have been part of the work of Heal Your Way Forward that have just seamlessly, as you read in Heal Your Way Forward, there's a whole chapter on ghosting. And I just want to say to you, if you're one of these white women that have ghosted, if you have gone rogue, if you have started your own version of Check Your Privilege or Heal Your Way Forward, that's fine. The real work comes in repair. And the biggest struggle that I see when building roots with white women is the inability to repair without feeling guilty. You can still maintain relationship if you choose to, because I always say you are in choice. But the ghosting and the disregard of relationship out of fear is dangerous. And so as we all move into 2026, my hope for women in white bodies, people assigned female at birth, trans white women specifically, is that you learn how to sit in the discomfort and name reality when you are in relationship with Black, Indigenous, and bodies of culture. Because ghosting relationship can cause more harm than actually just having a hard conversation. So what I'm leaving behind are the roots that have died off. Does that mean that I am not open to repair, that I'm not open to conversation? Absolutely not, because that goes against my own 10 principles of a liberated future. I have my own 10 principles of a liberated future. This is separate from Heal Your Way Forward. But I also want to share those with you before we take a break, just to give you something to think about when it comes to what it looks like to build reparative relationships. And so I have my guiding beliefs for how I do my work and my own vision for collective transformation. This is not the principles of Heal Your Way Forward. This is Myisha T. Hill. And my first thing I want to share with you all is that sobriety is the pathway to individual and collective liberation. Sobriety is the pathway. So sober in your relationships, that means we're healing codependency. The sober from substances that stop me from being in my full humanity, right? My second one is that everyone has a right to believe in what they want to believe, and it is not my job to change my mind. So if you're watching this live or this replay, and you've been one of the roots that called me a Zionist apologist, I don't even know what the fuck that means. I believe, as Myisha T. Hill, it is not my job to try to get somebody who doesn't believe in what I believe in to change their mind. That is not my job. And in fact, if I take that on as a job, that is codependency. The third thing is that there is truth within every piece of religion, every piece, it's science backs up everything that certain religions say. I'm not going to name any of them. You get to choose. So people will call me an omnius. I don't know. I'm just Myisha, and I just love finding truth in religion or spiritual practices. Number 4, people have a right to change their mind. So in alignment with what I said at their roots, maybe you just ghosted and you want to have a conversation. Change your mind and have the conversation. Let's stop sweeping things under a rug. Right? I believe that people have a right to change their minds. I believe that the courage to face conflict is the way forward of a culture in care and repair. And the culture of throwaway, the culture that is in that other system, it is easier for us to throw each other away and to run from conflict than to have the hard conversations. And I bring this up because one of the funniest things that we have in our collective, there are 2 things that I think our collective struggles with. One, making a request. So if something is bothering you, making a request, and we have a process for repair. I have no idea why it's so hard to, it's just, we're just human and we struggle with being bad or flagellated. Like we have to go, if we're going where we're going, we have to believe in a culture of care, repair, reciprocity, and mutuality, right? And so that is having courage to face our conflicts, courage to move forward in new ways, working on our relationships. How do we relate to each other? What does that look like? And there's a lot of work that needs to be handled in this framework. I also believe that I am not defined by what is, I am fueled by what could be. I live in possibility in my imagination. So we're going live today. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if people are going to become members. I don't know if people are going to donate. I don't care, because in my mind and in my heart, I see it and I know it's right there. We just have to keep showing up. So I'm not defined by what is in my face or what is around me. I'm defined by the possibility of what could be. I choose curiosity over certainty, and I choose courage over comfort. Nothing is certain. My life has shown me in the last years that you can lose everything in the middle like this, your life, your health, everything. So I can't believe in certainty, but I can choose curiosity and courage to be uncomfortable. I'm not waiting for permission. I'm building what I imagine. And when I talk about what I'm building, I have what I call possibility projects. So Heal Your Way Forward is a possibility project. Hella Grateful is a possibility project, because there are multiple pathways and possibilities for us all to be. And we have to literally not wait for it, but build it. I won't shrink to fit the story that I've outgrown. Whatever story it is that anybody has of me, I don't shrink to fit that. I go up. Almost like when Michelle Obama says, when they go low, they go high. But sometimes I go low too. And then lastly, for me, I personally believe that no situation is completely closed off. There's always a way forward, even if it's not obvious yet. There is always a way. Right. So that's why earlier today you heard me speaking and you heard me say, there's no good, there's no bad, there just is. There just is. No good, no bad, there just is. And I want you all to remember that, like, as we consider like the work, as we consider like what this means, there's no good, there's no bad, there just is what is. All right. So with that, thank you for listening to my little TED Talk, and we're going to take a break and I will see you all shortly. This winter season?
I've been super busy. So it's just been one thing after another. So I've been kind of like blinders on, super focused. I haven't had an opportunity to really look at the things. But when I do look at the things, I'm like, oh, dumpster fire. Let me go back to being focused.
Well, there's that. So for the folks who don't know you, because it's been a while, why don't you tell the folks a little bit about you, your work, and what you're doing?
So I am Yolinda Renee Rockman, aka Doc U Rock. I am a doctor of clinical sexology, a licensed clinical professional counselor, researcher, author, speaker, teacher. But the main thing is I inspire to encourage people to be their authentic self, to have the audacity to show up fully 360 degrees.
365?
Yep, 365 or 6 if it's a leap year, right?
Or actually 13 months if we go beyond the Gregorian calendar. Sorry. Thank you for being here today. I think we've done some great work together this last 6 months. We met through Anoy, who I had on here earlier this week. And we talked about decolonizing language, which was interesting because as I think about that conversation, I think about you and your work and how you always talk about defining things and what is the definition? Because I'll say something and you'll be like, what does that mean? And I'll be like, dang, she just challenged me. Let me get the dictionary. Let me get the dictionary and enlighten myself. And I think as I think about defining things, I want to know, what do you think before we jump into another conversation? Of this moment? How would you define this moment in time, just based on your lived experience, your degrees? How do you define this moment?
As an opportunity.
Oh, tell us more. Go deep.
As an opportunity, because there's so much going on. There's so much perceived chaos, right? And usually what chaos presents us is an opportunity for growth or not, right? Depends on where we at. And so I really see it as an opportunity if we lean in and allow it to be that, right? You know, some people are fearful, or some people are overwhelmed, or some people, you know, are confused by it. And I think that can kind of skew what this could be, again, if we allow it to be. I really think it can be an awesome opportunity for mainly collective, right? Us coming together as collective. I think it could be that.
I love to hear that. I think one of the things I love, you said that chaos, in a way, in my head, I heard you say chaos can be productive if you want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so it's an opportunity for us to tap into, to turn chaos into, I guess, magic, because that's what I feel like I'm doing. I wake up every day and I'm like, what am I going to do today? Let's just go live with some friends for a while till it shows up. Because I don't have an answer except my book, Heal Your Way Forward. But I'm like, it's real chaotic. So I'm just going to show up and see what happens. No pun intended.
Mm-hmm. I love that. I love that you said chaos is man. I mean, because basically that's what it is. And when we think about chaos, if we're going to take it to the woo, we think about the cosmos, the universe. I mean, basically what it is chaos, right? It is the possibility of a thing. You know what I mean? It looks like chaos to us because we don't understand it. You know, but what it is an opportunity. It is the invitation of something coming to fruition out of the chaos.
So hearing you say that, it takes me to chaos, the cosmos. It's chaotic when you look at it. And you're right, because when you look on the map and you look, you see the sky is black, it's stars, it's something up over here, something up over there, something up over here. Oh, look, it's a comet coming from that way. You never know what's coming to you when you're in the universe. Mm-hmm. And so we see this moment as the cosmos, as the chaos, as a form of creation. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like I keep asking their people every day, what are you created? And nobody has an answer. And I'm like, I see this is a good time to create something. And for me, I don't know nothing else to do but to create in these type of moments.
And I'll tell you this, those are usually the leaders that emerge from the chaos. Now it all depends on where you're leading people to. I mean, that's what the conversation, you know, but it's the people who take advantage of the chaos, right? Because they create, because some people, they become immobile, right? They become immobilized because they are overwhelmed by the chaos, while other people see it as an opportunity. Like, ooh, what can if you see like some paint and you just, you know what I mean? Like, how can I take all of this and create something meaningful or beautiful? And those are the ones who usually show up as the trailblazers in these times.
That's what we do best, Doc. I mean, you said it best. The leaders will show up and create, which is why I've been telling folks for a while now. They do know that what they're showing us on TV is intentional. And it's so intentional that you do have two choices. You can either keep taking it in and sitting in that fear, or you can feel the fear, face your feelings, have faith, and do something about it. And just when I think about when you said leaders, I'm like, ooh, you talking about that. But then it's like, but we're all leaders. I think it's easy to go into, here it comes, self-flagellation, because it feels good, right? It feels good to be like, there's nothing I can do. I'm so hopeless. Oh, he said that all the Black folks are going to end DEI. Oh my God, I won't have a job. Let me tell you something. You go ahead and take DEI. I'm going to show you something different. I'm going to show you something different. I can show you better than I can tell you, because I can't be self-flagellating myself. But Doc, what does self-flagellation mean? Because I just said a word that I didn't give a definition to.
Well, before we go on to that, what made me think of what you just said is either we consume or we create, right? We consume or we create. And a lot of us are consuming all of the rhetoric and the bullshit that's coming through all of the various forms of media, right? And I'm guilty too. It's like, ooh, what's going on? What's happening? What's going on? What's happening? And when we're consuming, we're not creating. And that's what they want us to do. They want us to consume so that we don't have the capacity or the energy to create, right? Because creativity is the spark of leadership, is the spark of revolution, but we're not going to go there right now, okay? But self-flagellation is, I mean, it's another form of self-punishment. Like when you're beating yourself and you are punishing yourself, right? And sometimes that punishment can feel good. And it feels good because it's under your control. If you are punishing yourself, that's better than someone else doing it, right?
It's easier and better to punish yourself sometimes because it feels good, because it's the voices in your head that can keep you stuck and not making a move. And we both know that sometimes that next move that you don't know, it might be that best one. And in chaos, it could be easy to sit up and say, oh, I should have voted for such and such, or I didn't vote, or this is all my fault, that all of a sudden, like, this is all out of our control. So it takes me to even wondering if self-flagellation is a form of control, not of self, but of other people.
Interesting. Where are we going with that? I kind of like that.
Flagellate myself because it allows people to see I'm feeling a certain emotion, and they come to me clinging to fix. What's wrong? Are you okay? Do you need help? Not recognizing that I'm using my sadness and my grief as a form of control to get that wound or that attention to that space inside me that feels stuck.
Oh, right. Okay, you have to lay
back on that one.
That makes me think of the other saying that people pleasing is a form of manipulation.
You know what? You trying to read me right now in front of these people. Okay, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Time to be vulnerable. All right, here it goes. So I was introduced to a practice of what's called the Gene Keys by Dr. Rock. And I'm at a point we doing some work together, don't matter. And it said, like, what you just said, people pleasing is a form of, say it again, I lost
manipulation.
Manipulation. So basically in my chart, I can go into victim mode as a form of manipulation to avoid accountability.
Pew, 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 pew.
And so thinking of talking about self-flagellation, it's like something could happen and I could immediately go into defensiveness as a form of flagellating myself for people to feel sorry for me, and it could turn into manipulation. Yep. And we have to be very careful that we're not operating from that lower self that doesn't even recognize you're doing it. It only shows up for me, all of us, in our relationships. And I think that's why self-flagellation is so dangerous, because you're so isolated and alone that you will never know that you're doing it until someone points it out to you.
Yes. And I mean, we have a lot of that in common. That's something that, you know, Maisha and I learned, is that our charts are very similar. So anyways, so I also do the victim thing, you know, and here's the thing with self-flagellation, because we don't do anything for no reason, right? So if we're self-flagellating, we're getting something out of it. You know what I mean? Now, whether or not it's productive and it's leading us towards our goals that we say we have, it might not be doing that, but we're getting something out of it. So the question is, what do we get out of self-flagellation? And then how can we pivot so that we can still get our needs met in a way that is more productive versus that?
Wow. How can we pivot to get our needs met? That's a really great question. I see feet outside my door right now. Give us some insights. What is some way we can pivot, Doc?
Well, first you got to be conscious. First, you got to be aware of the fact that you're doing this, which means you got to be willing to be honest with yourself, right? And that if you are self-flagellating, if you're getting something out of the self-flagellation, like what is it, right? And the first thing is awareness. And first thing that allows us to be aware is to be honest with ourselves. But a lot of us are self-deluding, right? We talk about self-love all day. Is it self-love or is it self-delusion? I mean, I'm just asking.
The real talk, if I could speak, you know, I think for me, it was self-delusion. I'd be like, oh, I love myself. Oh, I love myself so much. But then I'm overgiving of my time and resources, feeling depleted, blaming everyone for why I'm so tired, getting mad that I'm tired. That's not self-love. The one thing I thought I'm learning from this process that we're doing, that if I'm not give to myself first, I'm performing. And I'm people-pleasing. And that's also a form. People-pleasing and performance is a form of manipulation.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, you just kind of sit with those awarenesses, because you're like, ouch. Okay, let me just kind of let that marinate, right? Yes.
Ooh, someone on Instagram said, self-flagellation gives an excuse to avoid action. Ooh, that's good.
Oh, okay.
That's good. Yep, it absolutely does.
Yes, because if you're busy beating yourself, what are you not doing instead, right? If you say you want to call to action, if you say you want to help people, if you say you want to do this, hey, if you say you want to go back to school or whatever, but instead you're beating yourself up, you're wasting time.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, I think I've been telling you for 6 months, I'm going to go back to school and I'm going to get my degree. And I'm going to, because and you're like, you trying to prove a point, or you because you feel like it? See, a real friend will be like, you trying to prove something, or do you really feel like it? I'm at the point that I feel like it. So what I did, just to hold myself accountable to you and everybody watching, I called my counselor. Hey, what I got to do? She said, girl, you so close. She said you could be done by August.
Oh, that's
She
what I'm
said,
talking
"This is
about.
what I need you to do. You have an outstanding bill of $7,000. We're gonna get that paid and get you back in so that you can finish your degree." And I was like, dang, it's gonna be a lot of work. You know what she said? She said, your project's already done because your work speaks for itself and you've taught a certain workshop so many times, you good to go. You ready to graduate. Like, wow. So to the example of I can say I'm gonna do something for the attention of, well, why do you want to go to school and what's holding you back? But until I make the move to say I'm gonna do it, the way that school will get paid for, or the way it won't open up until I make the first move. So we sit here and we say things to ourselves like, oh, the Trump administration is doing this. What do we do? Oh my God, there's nothing to do. I'm so powerless. But if you really about this liberation life, Audre Lorde, Bell Hooks, Dr. King already told us what to do. It's already there. You just forgot. Or most people started their own movements based on their work instead of using their work to guide them, appropriated to try to make it work and wondering why you feel like nothing's working out. That's the flagellation piece. You're not powerless. The lesson, it's all around us. The universe has the answers. We just don't take action and we just don't look at it.
And I feel like sometimes it's if the path doesn't look like what we thought it should in our head, then we like, oh, well, then we must not be meant to continue down this path because I thought it was going to look like this. And this shit over here, crooked, is taking some U-turn. I don't know where that's going to lead me, but you have to take the steps, right? And we have to get out of our own way, you know? Right. I think a lot of times we're in our own way.
I want to get fancy for a second. Ooh, someone on Instagram said, I always tell myself that if I have energy to feel bad about it, then I have energy to do something about it.
Ooh, come through with them with the gems, as they say. I love that.
Dropping it in here is all of us in collective work in this energy. Absolutely. If you have power to feel bad about it, you do have power, something to do it. And that's why I love to tell people, feel it, face it, feel it so you can do something about it. Because if you just in your head, the subconscious is just running amok. In a freeze state, like there's nothing to do until you snap and like, oh wait, there is something I can do. And you talk to yourself, maybe in the mirror out loud. That's mirror work.
You know, this might be a little controversial, what I'm about to say, but I think where the place where we're at collectively is necessary for people to move because people get comfortable.
Listen, that's not controversial. You wasn't even watching my live this morning when I said the following words that transmuted. In 2020, y'all thought y'all had a wake up, but it's 2025 and now y'all being shaken up. And you won't make a move until you let the shake up. It's like an earthquake. What do you do after an earthquake? During an earthquake, you, oh my God, hold on, wait, get under the table, hi, shake. But what happens after an earthquake, Doc? What are you supposed to do? There's aftershocks. So the earthquake happened on Monday. We all experiencing aftershocks, and we have a choice to become our own paramedics, first aid, emotional first aid, if you will, so that we can move forward as a collective.
Yeah, I mean, we're being forced. I mean, because we've had opportunities to do what needed to be done, it didn't get done. So at some point, we get kicked in the back, and this is universe kicking all of us collectively in the back. Like, oh, y'all not gonna make a move, and you know, again, controversial. If the other alternative would have happened, people would have gotten comfortable even more so. And it wasn't made for us to be comfortable. I mean,
let me be real. That's the most clearest, direct thing you said. And I'm glad you said it because people thought Joe Biden was Captain Save-A-Ho. They got comfortable. Everybody thought Kamala was going to win. And in the back of my head, I'm like, she ain't winning these. This country wasn't built to let Black women lead, not publicly at least. They have her in her position. Because there's lots of things that Joe Biden could have done for her to be a leader, and he did not. Except for tell her, I'm backing out, you step up and you run. So she took on his labor. Because he knew she wasn't going to win. We can keep it real. And the only way I know we can keep it real, because as Black women, we know how this country works. And people don't like to hear the truth, and they really don't like to hear the truth from Black women, but you're going to hear it today. Unpopular opinion, if she would have won, you would have got comfortable.
Yeah, it would have been more the same.
It saved none of us.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's part of it. It's like we've gotten comfortable looking for someone to come save, and at the end of the day, we have to stop being so dependent on things outside of ourselves, right? And I think that's part of the issue. And that if we're going to be interdependent and not dependent, then we need to come together collectively versus looking for a great savior with a cape to come save us. Ain't nobody Superman. That's a fictional character.
Very much so. Nobody is Superman. No one's coming to save us. No one's coming to rescue us. Even I have to tell people all the time, I am not your savior. I'm in community with you. Hold me to the same community standards and agreements that we have. This is not a cult. This is a community. We are responsible for our individual and our collective selves, not enmeshed relationships where I'm your leader and I'm this Black woman that's you. Oh, you're the goddess. What if we were all gods and goddesses, but we just forgot that we have that power?
And I don't want to be insensitive. I mean, this is going to really create some pain, right? When you think about something crumbling, when you think about an earthquake, when you think about Katrina, when you think about chaos and destruction, there's going to be some pain. There's going to be some discomfort. Like, this is not going to feel good, and I'm not trying to make it seem like, no, this is going to be real fucked up for a minute. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh, I hate cutting this amazing session off. It feels gross, but that's the way of it. We're here doing our live-a-thon today. And so while we were taking a break, looking at some old interviews, this one was with DocuRock, who we love very much. That's from last January. And I'll drop a link for it right here so you can watch the full session when you get a chance. We'll probably be watching other pre-recorded interviews so you can see different people who've impacted the community, who are part of our community. I'm going to make sure that you have access to why we're here today. At the bottom of the screen, you see the link flashing for how to support us. This is a live-a-thon. We're now a fiscally sponsored nonprofit of social good. And part of that, as anybody who is in nonprofits know, is we've got to do some fundraising. So go to that link and support. If you've been watching today, we're all donating our time. So what I'm going to do now is a session with direct compassionate communication, which is something that we've been doing in the space, the Heal Your Way Forward space for a while. Maisha, myself, and Mitzi, we all do different versions of it. You saw a flavor that Mitzi brings. I'm going to bring another flavor. Maisha has wonderful creative ways she does it. We'll give you things that you need for that. So I admit I'm a little new to this platform. So I think what I'm going to do is share a screen. And I appreciate your patience while I grab what I need for that. All right. So today, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Jen Gergen. I'm one of the direct compassionate communication guides here. And I am going to walk us through a very slowed down self-empathy process. A lot of you who've been doing work with us before know this process, and it is the most important step. It's real tempting to come into this with the energy of an external focus of like, how do I fix the way that I communicate so that people will hear me? Without doing that internal introspective work first, it's messy. It's weaponized. It's a tool. I'm very resistant to calling this a communication tool because tools can be used and weaponized. And so you will automatically show up differently when you do this self-empathy. Michelle's session this morning, that also set it up. It's all these different ways, whether it's mindfulness or all the ways that you use to connect to self will automatically shift the way that you are in conversation with other people. Got a lot to say about all that too. That's available. I will happily talk to folks about how to communicate differently with each other, but absolutely must start with self first. So let's do that. So I'm going to remove that, add that, and share. Hopefully we got the right one here. I'm going to share this. I'm going to put it into this. Go back to the slide that I intend. Add to stage. Here we go. Okay. I think everybody's looking at what I intend to. There you go. Okay. So reflect and request, right? We're looking back on the year. and looking forward on the next. And so this is just a moment to warm up. And this will feel different than some of the ways that they will feel in when you come into community, because we're all together, we're all communicating together, we're sharing, we're role playing, we're in breakouts. And so this might feel a little different. And so I long and welcome your comments. I might not be able to see them on all platforms, but please feel free to drop in comments, and I will do my best to see them throughout. So I want you to warm up for today by considering a situation over the past year. It could be this yesterday, the last week, the last month, something in the past. And I want you to think about, like, how have my requests been going? Have I been making clear requests? Have I been making demands? How can I shift? So look at a situation that maybe there was a little bit of tension. My recommendation is to be mindful when practicing with scenarios that go over 5 on a scale of 1 to 10, because some of that is you will become too dysregulated as you learn this process to be able to really integrate it. And so the beauty of this process is it doesn't matter if it's a level 1 or a level 10, the flow is the same. And so allow yourself something easy. It will be very tempting to pick something huge that you want to fix, and you don't have to. What you can do is find a situation that isn't super intense, practice this, make notes about this process, and then when you have time to sit in that potential dysregulation, apply this process to that situation. So please have all the permission I can give you to go easy today. So I'm going to create a little time here for you to do this. But think of this situation. We're going to free write. And if you're not familiar with the concept of free writing, it is journaling, writing, speaking into a voice note, moving your body around like Mitzi would suggest. It's any kind of just expression without thought. Just write, speak without stopping to intellectualize or work to understand it. It's like you're trying to get the slough off of it so we can get some of the just noise out of the way, or to kind of bubble some things up for us to explore. So we'll do this for 2 minutes. I'll set a timer. I think you will be able to see it here if I do this. Yep, there we go. Put this on a lower sound, and we'll have some music, I think. Oh, come on now. Yes, music, I see you. There we go. Lo-fi. Okay. So for 2 minutes, just make the expression of whatever the situation you want to explore is. So here we go. Another 15 seconds. Keep writing, keep speaking, keep dancing. Whew, we're going to get rid of that countdown ticking. Sorry about that. All right. Hopefully you have a situation. Something that has some beliefs coming forward, things that you can remember, getting into your body. We're going to do all that next. Would love it if anybody wants to drop stuff in the comments. I'll keep try to keep an eye on different spaces. And now what we're going to do with that is break down into that self-empathy, self-connection, introspection, whatever word is comfortable for you. We're going to look inward with some presence for what we were feeling, what we're feeling now, what we're needing, what we were needing. Really take it slow. It's often, very often, when Maisha and I do it, we set a timer for the sweet spot of 7 minutes. And inevitably, you barely scratch the surface. And with wisdom, Maisha often will take us through going deeper and deeper. So do a first round. And then once you get that sloughed off, go deeper. Once you get that sloughed off, because you'll find that so often you're using needs that meet other needs. And so it gets deep. It's okay to go slow on this. The more you practice this process with all of this deep mindfulness and kind of stretched out, juicy, get comfortable with it, when you're live in a moment and activated and triggered, your body will remember this process. Because ideally, you start doing this within 10 seconds. Somebody triggers you, you're able to drop in. Or simultaneously, you're expressing yourself. There is no linear process to this. It's not always clean. It's back and forth dialogue, as anybody knows. It's an infinity loop. Marshall Rosenberg, who is the founder of the Center for Nonviolent Communication, and who most people kind of contribute nonviolent communication practices to, and who was the person I started my training with, would use that infinity loop symbol to help drop us into dialogue. Okay, so let's dig in. So thinking about your situation, what is present in your body right now? And I think I can add this list. Yeah, okay, let me do it slower so you have a chance to read that one more time, what I'm asking for. Let's do this. So I want you to think of your situation and consider what is happening in your body right now, and maybe what was happening before. This body awareness gives you one more cue about what you're feeling, because once you know what you're feeling, you know what you're needing. And once you know what you're needing, you can make a request. That's the whole point of this session today. Reflect and request. Okay, I'm going to get rid of that. Add this one back so you can see. And it's okay to use inventory lists. I think there's this impression that eventually you just remember all of this and never have to look at a list. I've been doing this for almost 20 years now. I still need a list. It's okay to use a list. So in your body, were you feeling disconnection, disquieted, tension, and irritation? And maybe you chose a situation that wasn't necessarily conflict and tension, but actually a situation you want to explore that was something to celebrate. So you're looking at well-being and vitality. The self-empathy process is always relevant. It isn't just tension and conflict. It isn't celebration and gratitude. It can just be what you consider neutral, because you are always, with every single thing you do, think, or say, trying to meet a need. And so whatever situation you're exploring right now, everything on this list could be relevant. So I'm going to create a little silence here for you so you can think about it. About a minute. Think about what is going on in your body as you consider this situation that you want to reflect on and make a request around. All right. If it's helpful as you get into your body to think about, how can I call upon this awareness when I need it? So not just in this moment, but is there clarity on what the constriction in your chest feels like, so that when you are activated, you can draw upon that sensation and go, oh, wow, I'm feeling constriction. I'm feeling something. That usually is an unpleasant thing. What am I feeling? That's what we're going to go to next. So find ways that you can connect to these body sensations so you can call upon them next. Give it a color, give it a shape. Something to help build some integration, some intuition that you can call upon to slow down your reactivity so that you can move into a mindful response. Okay, we're gonna go back to the slides. And this is a soup. It doesn't matter what order we do these in. So if you're making notes about these stages of body awareness, feelings, etc., you can do them in any order. If needs are coming screaming forward before anything else, do that. My recommendation is to start at least with the body. That's wisdom that we've learned from Maisha today and Mitzi. Your body's telling you stuff before anything else. You might as well start there. But it doesn't matter what order. And frankly, you'll probably dance around. As we get farther into this, more body sensations might come up. Jot them down. So however you're making notes about this, if you're speaking into a voice note, if you're creating art, do whatever you do. And it can be in this just big circular thing on your paper or several pages in a notebook that you're flipping around. Like, this isn't a linear process. I strongly encourage you to divest from the way that so many people have learned this in it's a soup. Swim around in the soup. So your body sensations are directly connected to a feeling, an emotion. So what is the feeling, the emotion, the reaction that you're having? What do those body sensations show you? So like I said, constriction in my chest. Well, maybe that's anxious. It's nervous. Could be any number of things. I'm going to pull up a feelings list for you here. Again, I appreciate your patience as I figure out what I'm doing here. There we go. There's a lot. I did a session about a year ago where the woman in the room was like, do I even have this many feelings? I acknowledge it's a lot. So create a one-pager of this. We have one. I'll drop the link again here. I had it earlier, but it's okay to limit the options. It might feel overwhelming. But if you're feeling pleasant things, that's in that top section. Unpleasant in the bottom. And some feelings are going to show up in both, right? The word sensitive could be pleasant or unpleasant, tender, pleasant or unpleasant. So don't get too attached to the concepts of good or bad feelings. It's just we're just looking for presence. We're not trying to intellectually understand what we're feeling yet. We're just trying to identify it. We can bring our brain in later once we get to the request, because that's where we're going to start thinking about, okay, now that I have all this clarity, what do I want? But right now, we just got to identify it. Feel it to you. That's what Maisha would say. So what are you feeling? I'll create some more silence. And I'm allowing there to be no music because I know that there are some accessibility needs in our community where sometimes the noise is too activating, and certainly something with lyrics would be activating. So it is deliberately very silent. So if that creates some tension, feel free to put on some gentle music in your own room. But we'll do this I think this deserves a little more time. So we'll do this for 2 minutes. Hopefully you've had a chance to consider the feelings that you're connecting. A reminder that today, as if you feel like you get to a point of completion with the current prompt, keep going. Keep looking back. Go back to body. What's new in my body potentially? Just keep exploring. It can be really easy to grab low-hanging fruit. The word jumps off the page like, yeah, okay, that. But you will know there is a very specific dropped into your body gut feeling when you see the that. That is what I am feeling. There is a reason why we have all of these words. They're buckets. And so if it's easy to start at the bucket and then dig in, do that. But there's a vast difference between furious and irritated. To really dig in and decide, is this really what it is? There's also feelings that jump forward louder than others, like anger, guilt, shame. They're what we would call separating emotions. They're not wrong. Everything you feel is valid, but that does imply some level of wrongness or blame. It's a valid feeling, but it's in the way of something else. So what is beyond anger or guilt or shame? For me, very often it is something more vulnerable and in the yearning categories of longing. I'm angry because I'm longing for something. I'm guilty because I'm longing to have made better choices, etc. So try to decide if you have other feelings beyond those things that are first. And Thich Nhat Hanh, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with, would talk about the difference between rehearsing your anger and processing it. So having the self-awareness and ability to identify the feeling as anger and living with it there it's not quite enough. Process through it. What else is it? Why am I angry? What's past that anger? So I dropped a link that hopefully is showing up in the different platforms for these different inventory lists so that you don't have to rely on this screen share alone. Okay, bring us back. There we go. So next, and again, not because you have to, but it's just the process that we've come up with for today, is needs. So your feelings, again, your feelings are showing you a need is at risk. We feel things, pleasant or unpleasant, because we have needs that are met or not met. So as you look at the list of feelings that you've written down, directly connect them. I think this is the other thing that can happen too, is people just jot it down in these different sections, right? My body's doing this. Okay, that's done. My feelings are this. Okay, done. That's this. And here are the needs. And there's some disconnect, in my opinion, again, because you haven't really processed it. There's a lot happening in you at any given time. And so you're trying to grab on to the things that are most alive. Our needs don't conflict. My need for beauty and my need for safety are not in conflict, but time is an ingredient. Obviously, I need to meet needs for safety before I meet needs for beauty. And so if I have these different needs that are vying for my attention in this moment, some feelings are attached to one and other feelings are attached to that. So make sure you're directly connecting everything to the other. I feel constriction in my chest because I am anxious, because I have a need for competence, whatever. The combo is going to be different for everybody, of course. And for you even, it'll change. And thank you, Chemo. I'm seeing your comments, appreciating you. So I'm going to pull up a needs list too. So give me one sec for that. And this is an important reminder to avoid naming your strategies at this point. Just reach for core needs and values. So let me give you an example. Sometimes people will say, well, I need to work. But the reality is work is not a need. It's a strategy to meet a need. And so if you have to reverse engineer it, if it's hard for you to reach for core needs and values, and you have something like work come forward, think of what needs are met by work. Is it stability maybe? Is it meaning and purpose? Consider what you're attached to. It's very important to be able to tease apart the difference between our strategies and our needs. And I am not implying that strategies are bad. Our strategies are what show up in the request phase. We want to having clear preference for a strategy. A clear preference on a way to meet my need is beautiful and it is powerful. But I cannot have willingness and capacity if I don't know how to connect to the core need or value. So I'm going to pull up that list. I might have to upload it. Hold on one sec. Yep, here we go. Upload file. Needs. Okay. So hopefully now you're able to see needs on the screen. This probably isn't an exhaustive list of universal human needs, but they're usually bucketed into about 6 or 7 different buckets, and then they vary potentially for us each individually underneath. But taking a look, and remember, all of this is connecting back to the situation you did your free writing on. What are the needs? Again, if you're celebrating, what needs are getting met? If you're exploring tension and conflict, what are the needs at risk? What needs are you appreciating or longing for in this situation? And it could be both. In situations that you're exploring that are of celebration, you might find both. This needs getting met, but this one's not. So it's a blend. This is a big old soup. I'm going to create some more silence for you to think about this. Another couple minutes. What are the needs directly connected to the feelings? Right. Because this is a live-a-thon and people might be coming and going, I'm going to stop this share and add this one so that we can remember where we're at. So for anybody who might be coming in, what we're working on today is reflect and request. We've done some free writing on the situation we want to explore from the last year, the last month, week, etc. We want to think about how have we been making requests? Have they been getting met? Am I doing a good job of that? How can I clean that up? How can I give myself some presence and empathy for what I've been experiencing and whatever the situation is? I could be celebrating something. Because let's say I'm getting a need met and it feels great. Well, great. Then the request is, well, how do I keep getting this need met? I really like how this feels. Oh, welcome, Gail. Thanks for being here. So it doesn't matter. The situation doesn't matter. So sometimes I think too, when we're doing whatever kind of self-connection, introspection, deep work, sometimes we like pick at a scab because we're like, oh, it's got to hurt. It doesn't. The process is the same. This process, whether you are connecting to yourself, to another, it is the exact same, despite intensity level, despite pleasant or unpleasant. Something is happening in my body, which tells me I'm having an emotion, which tells me that I'm having a need. So then what can I do to get the need met or continue getting that need met? It's the same. It's constantly the same. It's very tempting to look at this as, oh, I don't have time to connect to myself. I don't have time to have needs. Here, I'm externally focusing. Here, again, you are always meeting your own needs with every single thing you do, think, or say. Even when you think you are trying to meet somebody else's, you are meeting your own needs. And you are always in choice. And I recognize that that's easier said than done. And that can be really problematic, particularly for those of us who are looking at systemic change. This idea that I have a choice when a system is designed to oppress me can be quite painful. Because we move on a spectrum of, you make me feel like shit, to okay, your behavior, that's what makes me feel like shit. But even that's not true. My needs are what make me feel what I feel. And when I have that self-awareness, I am far more empowered to consider all the different ways I can get my needs met. To remember that there is some element of choice. And get creative. Let's go back to the work analogy. When I say that we need to work. No, we don't. You don't need to work. You choose to work. And if you choose to work to meet a need for stability or meaning and purpose, okay, great. Wow. When I know it's because I need meaning and purpose, well, shit, there's a billion ways to do that. Art and music. Pro bono consulting and volunteer work is fulfilling and gives me meaning and purpose. Stability, okay, fine. That's harder. But let's think about, I don't know, in-kind donation and bartering and any number of ways to get the needs for stability met, mutual aid, etc. I have to release my addiction to what I consider to be my core needs when they're really just strategies. It's easy when we use the example addiction to heroin. Obviously, most of us who are not addicted to heroin can consider, okay, that's not really a need. So apply that same clarity to everything else that you might be addicted to: food, work, anything. A particular person to be the love of your life. Well, I mean, you might be moving on a different spectrum with understanding and clarity around this, depending on what it is. You're going to have strength in some areas and weaknesses in others. And figuring out how you can use your strengths to support your edges is a powerful thing with this. Okay, so we're caught up with where we're at right now for anybody here. And you can see at the bottom of all these slides is a reminder of why we're all here today. Is our live-a-thon for the Social Good Fund, Heal Your Way Forward. Okay. So now, after I've thrown all of that at you, let's have a little break. It's a long session. I'm going to put on a little music for you. We'll have just a little, welcome, Melissa. Nice to see you in the chat. Just a couple minutes, few minutes, just move it around. It's heavy stuff getting into feelings and needs. All right, I'm going to do that cute little, nope, not that. There's a way to do it. Let's do 5. Nope. Oh, for heaven's sake. There we go. Upbeat. Let's see what upbeat does. You're back. All right, I wanted it to not have that tick down for you, but I didn't know how to turn it off. So appreciate your patience. So we wiggled it out. Hopefully you've had a chance to grab either water or hit the bathroom and be ready to hit the next part. Okay, we're gonna get into our head a little bit first. We've been really connecting to our body, but the beauty of the self-empathy practice is it gives you a safe container to explore all of the beliefs you have, all of the thoughts, all of the judgments, the evaluations, the moralizations, the criticisms, all those things get to live freely in this stage. It's okay to explore them. And it's not to convince you that your beliefs are wrong. It's just to challenge them. Where is this belief rooted in? Is it rooted in integrity? Or has it been conditioned in a white supremacist society? You know? So allow yourself to really explore some of these beliefs you might be holding about whatever situation you chose. Again, if anybody's new to the session, we are exploring reflect and request looking back on the year for a particular situation we want to explore. So what beliefs are you holding about the situation? Maybe what you fear happened or will happen. This is the source of your tension. The catalyst. We're looking for the, oh, sorry, not the catalyst. Apologies. Whoop, that's a sneak peek at the next step. This is all in your head. And so one thing that shows up in this stage, and let me pull up a new thing here, because we're going to look at belief-based feelings. Here we go. Hopefully you're looking at that now. In your belief stage, or maybe in your feeling stage, okay, we talked a lot about the discernment between strategies and needs and conflating, the strategy of work for a need. We also conflate these feeling words, these belief-based kind of quote faux feelings, as some of us call it in nonviolent communication. We've dropped faux because it implies that it's wrong. And it's like, no, what you're feeling is valid. I said that earlier. And it doesn't matter what you're feeling, even if it's anger, guilt, and shame and all these separating emotions. It's valid. These words are used as feeling words, and they are not feelings. They are beliefs. And so look back at what you wrote in your feelings, or think of what you said into your voice note, or what you were thinking of as you moved your body. However you're going through this process today, there's no right or wrong. Think about, did any of these words come up? Did you write down, I feel abandoned, I feel used, I feel manipulated? These are all belief-based faux feelings. So what are you actually feeling? So if you're saying I feel used, what you might be really feeling is irritated, because the need for reciprocity is at risk. So consider this phase, this belief phase that we're exploring, is a lot of these words might show up. So allow yourself to just consider, I have a fear. I have a fear of being manipulated. Think about what beliefs are coming forward. I'm going to go back. No, I'll leave it on this. Because I think this is a valuable page. And for a couple minutes. Actually, let's do it for 3 minutes. Because now we're getting in our head and it takes a lot of words might be coming forward. Maybe even look at your free writing. There might be a lot of beliefs that you mind out there. All right, again, I'm going to create some silence so you can think about this. 2 minutes. All right, another 10 seconds. So there might be tension right now as you look at what you've written down. It can be really tempting to lean into the judgment, the judginess of it, of allowing yourself, again, going back to kind of that point from Thich Nhat Hanh, am I rehearsing my anger or am I processing it? So am I rehearsing my beliefs or am I processing them? Am I allowing myself my beliefs without any introspection, any challenge? You might very well be being manipulated. Your belief about that is not that it's wrong, but think about it with some real kind of come to Jesus, right? Is this really happening? Or am I bringing in baggage from my past? That's the other thing this stage will show us is, wow, I'm painting you with a brush from somebody else. I'm not being fair in this moment because I'm bringing in baggage. I have fears from what has happened to me in the past. And that's what we're going to work on now is what are the observations you can pull from that support these beliefs? That's how we challenge them. We want to transform the belief into an observation. And if we can't, well, that's where we notice, oh, okay, there isn't anything I can really attach to this that is connected to any real truth. We used to say, or at least some NVC practitioners would say, make observations as though a video camera recorded it. But the wisdom of Roxy Manning, who is somebody you might be familiar with, she's a brilliant NVC practitioner and assessor with the Center for Nonviolent Communication, and a Black woman. So I have a lot of respect for the way that she is bringing this work into communities where nonviolent communication has been weaponized. And so I highly recommend her work. But she would clarify that when we say the word fact, or we say, a camera is recording it, it doesn't always bring into account, well, who's holding the camera? Who decided to point it at that? What's off screen? Like our reality, our truth that we get really attached to is still ours. An example is if I say the sky is pink, your job is not to explain to me that it's not pink, it's blue, it's this and that, because I'm colorblind. For me, my reality is the color of the sky does actually look different to me. We both have true realities. And so we get real hung up on arguing facts with each other. Anybody who's dared to step into a social media comment thread can get into this trap. And a quick plug for my session this Sunday, Cultivating Digital Fortitude. Go to the Heal Your Way Forward website. You'll see how to sign up. So release your addiction to your truth and just own the observation. My observation is when I look at the sky, it looks pink. That it is my observation. So thinking of your situation, thinking of these beliefs, what's a specific thing you can name? What were you seeing, hearing, physically experiencing, or doing? You're looking for the catalyst for your thoughts and beliefs. Oh, thank you. Melissa says, I love this example. They're both true realities despite being different. Okay, I'm going to give you some more time on this too. Again, the heady stuff gets harder. I'll give you an example when we're done. But reach for your observations. We'll do 3 minutes. Okay, that's time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a new share from one of my workbooks, because this is an important step, I think. I'm grateful for the extra time that we have. So let me see. Oh, where? I've got way too many windows open as I managed today. Thank you for your patience. All right, I think we're going to say it's... Nope, not that. Sorry, Maisha. Oh, where am I here? Hold on, friends. It's here. Just appreciating your patience. We're getting closer. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. I think you were looking at the right one, but let me make sure. Move things around. Thankfully, I'm on two screens here. Move this, share this. There we go. Okay. All right. This is from one of my workbooks around transforming judgments into observations. So I'm going to give you a scenario. This is a real scenario. This is one of my scenarios. The scenario is there is tension with the neighbor around their assumed politics. My judgment, my belief, is my neighbor is a selfish, gun-loving, right-wing fanatic who shoots his guns all day, every day. There's a lot going on there. These little icons are showing you moralizations, assessments, judgments, my beliefs. There's a lot showing up in this statement. So how did I transform this? Okay, my observation I can make is with specificity. 4 days this week, for a few hours each, I noticed my neighbor using an assault rifle that fired off several rounds in short succession. I live out in the country, by the way. This is not like in like an urban area. The entire back window of his pickup truck is an American flag detail. I'm not saying this proves my judgment. It's just what informs it. So we got to release all this idea about good and bad, right and wrong, and all that nonsense. We're just looking for presence and clarity, what's real and what's not. What's a belief? What's an observation? Teasing that apart. My judgment is this. It is informed by this observation. I'm going to go to another page here to look at some practice you can think about doing with this. So another way to tease apart beliefs and observations. So again, the scenario is there are political choices of others you do not agree with, maybe. And the invitation is take a moment. Notice any judgments, assessments, evaluations, criticism, moralizations that you may have as I read these examples. You're naming the beliefs that you have. So grab a separate piece of paper and jot it down. So, and to be in an effort to be equal with some not neutrality, but just to provide different options. Some of it doesn't, again, because I don't want to look at this as right or wrong. Example, the belief is they're fighting efforts to ensure inclusion and equity through racist policies that uphold white supremacy. This is a belief that came forward in a situation. Another belief, they don't care about community safety and want criminals to roam free without accountability or repercussion. Pick whichever you feel most activated by and write down the beliefs that you have. I'll give you a couple minutes. Okay. So hopefully you've had a chance to explore transforming these or jotting down how you are. So here we are with the part 2 of this exercise. Ignore the breakout rooms. Obviously, this is a unique situation because we're streaming. But the goal is to transform it into observation statements, right? This is the exercise that we're on right now for those of you who might be joining. So you're looking for specific triggers, the action and behaviors that are a catalyst for the thoughts and beliefs. So the belief, again, was they're fighting efforts to ensure inclusion and equity through racist policies that uphold white supremacy. Well, an observation that could support that in this particular situation is witnessing a school in Idaho asking a teacher to remove a sign in her classroom that reads, "Everyone is welcome here," and shows hands raised of varying skin color. The school states it violates the district policy of content neutral posters. All of that is clean language. That's a clean observation and will be received more effectively than the judgment. Now, today we're focusing on introspection. This is more focused on, like, how do I bring language to somebody else? But this is where you build it, is giving yourself, slowing yourself down enough to hear the belief before it comes out of your mouth to say, oh, okay, what's a way I can say this that will actually be received by the audience that I have? So finding the clarity around the language of the catalyst that is supporting your beliefs. So the other example was they don't care about community safety and they want criminals to roam free. You can hear by my voice, I have feelings about this. So the observation that I can turn that into is there's an organized, let me back up. I do not share this belief. The way you could transform this into an observation is there is an organized abolitionist effort to move past the strategy of reforming the system to abolishing all police and prisons. There is no right or wrong on that. It's just the what is informing their belief. Because when there is clarity on that, that is where we communicate. We don't communicate up here on the judgment. We communicate on the observation, because that I can actually speak to. And again, not because I'm going to share facts back and forth, but so that I can make guesses about what you're feeling. Why I hear this coming through. This belief has some edge on it. Clearly, you're feeling something because a need is at risk. What is that need? It is harder for me to identify the need. And this is probably, I'm going to take this down because I don't want you to get too confused here. What is the belief that I have so that I can connect to the feeling that I'm having, because that's what connects me to the need. So again, like I said at the beginning, all of this process, it's applicable in every single way, whether I'm thinking about my own beliefs, whether I'm thinking about your beliefs, whether I'm thinking about my beliefs so I can share my beliefs. Like, it's the same. It is the same. And so hopefully that little break on that particular part didn't throw you off too hard. It's an important step. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the other slides here. And acknowledging, Melissa in the comments had picked up on all day, every day and laughed. And it's like, yeah, you know, you're in your beliefs. If you're naming always, seldom, for often, like those words show up as beliefs. 4 days this week for 3 hours each. That is a specific observation. Okay, I had to move my thing around. So I gotta find where I put it. Okay. So now what we're talking about is the goal. We want to know what your goal is. Again, to bring it all back to what we're doing here. This is reflect and request. We're thinking about a situation we want to explore because we want to build an effective request to either get our need met or keep getting it met, depending on whether you picked celebration or neutrality. That doesn't look great. Hold on. Let me make sure I get the right one here. We're going to stop that one. When you're a presenter and one of the back-end peeps, it gets more confusing. There we go. What's your goal? With a nice reminder of why we're here today, our live-a-thon. Link to donate, because we're all giving our time freely today in an effort to raise money for Heal Your Way Forward. Okay, so we're slowing down. We're slowing down the process. It's a soup. It doesn't matter what you did it in, but we connected to our body that connected directly to emotions that we're having. The emotions we feel pleasant or unpleasant are because I have a need that is met or not met. We've identified the need. Ideally, we've met the need with we've made clear what the need is with specificity. Again, it's real easy to grab low-hanging fruit. Maybe we want connection. Okay, how can I give that more contextual, bring it into something that feels deeper in my body? Well, I long to connect to the people I work with. Okay, so try to reach for some specificity here. And when you think about the situation, what is your goal? So let's say you have a holiday party you got to go to later with your family. And there are varying political beliefs in the room that you know will be there. And your goal could be to foster deeper connection with the family members that you have. Your goal could also be to just survive the event without conflict. Neither goal is right or wrong. It can seem like, as the direct compassionate communication provider here, I'm going to convince you that always reach for connection, always foster deeper connection. No. You get to just survive an event without conflict. So check your capacity to figure out what is the goal. I mean, maybe I'd long for deeper connection, but I don't have capacity to reach for that. Right now, I can provide self-empathy that keeps me from ringing bells that I can't unring. So think about this situation that you've described. Really take a moment to look at those beliefs and observations, to consider what's realistic, and think about, what do I want? What is it? What is my goal? And then we're in the final and most important stage, is the request stage. All this self-awareness is beautiful. Wallowing at best, right? The request phase is the action phase. Your self-awareness, like I said earlier, sometimes we start to just rehearse our beliefs, rehearse our feelings. We're not actually getting any kind of action or process with it. Now, again, like I said earlier, Maisha would say, feel it to heal it. Like, don't rush it, but don't live in your feelings, you know? So reach for some, and make it something you can actually do. There's a lot of text on the screen, and I'll read it. And so that now that you have all this clarity, hopefully, on your needs and your goal, what is the request of yourself that you can make? Don't overthink it at first. Just jot it down, however it's coming to you naturally. And then read that back to yourself and put it through the filter that you see on the screen. Can I hear no? If I cannot hear no, then I'm making a demand. So how can I shift this? We make it negotiable by making it so concrete. That's where I can hear no, because I'll find another way to phrase it, because it won't be so vague. Make it concrete. Make it specific. That is where you will find negotiation. So can I hear no? Is it concrete? Is it negotiable? And am I encouraging an action to start? Or am I hampering, stopping, preventing, resisting, blocking, curbing, impeding an action? So an example would be like a mother telling her kid, stop that racket. Okay, how can I shift that language? How can I shift this demanding language into something they can actually do, a starting action? Would you mind going into the other room and playing that music, or whatever, however you phrase starting language? And then, of course, is whatever you're asking for realistic? So if you answer no, if you look at it, put it through the filter and answer no to any of the questions, shift it. How can I transform it? How can I make this concrete, negotiable, realistic, and encouraging an action to start? And right now we're looking at a request of self. It is easier to meet your own request probably than before you ask another person. Or if you're somebody with social anxiety who doesn't know how to make requests, well, practice with yourself then. Break it up. What is a request I can make of myself? What's something that I can actually be actionable to? I'm going to give you an example. So if I get to the end of my self-empathy process over some moment of tension and conflict, and a request I can say of myself is like, well, I want to be more patient. What the hell does that mean? That just becomes a stick I bludgeon myself with, because I will never be patient enough. I can't really act upon that in any real sustainable way. And it's so like forever and always to the end of time. Oh, I want to be more patient. Well, there are going to be times where I'm not. So what do I do? So how do I make that? Okay, so let me put it through the filter. Let me think about it. If I'm in a situation where I'm activated and I'm talking with another person who is activating me, then I would like to pause for 2 minutes before I speak. I want to take a moment before I respond back to them, acknowledging it. Maybe it'll be awkward silence, but I'm going to wait to speak for 2 minutes. I'm going to make it negotiable because if they start dropping racial slurs, well, they get 1 minute. It's concrete, it's realistic, it's negotiable, it's positive. So think of something you can actually act upon with your situation. All right, I'm going to give you 3 minutes because I want you to jot it down and then I want you to recraft it. So take a few minutes here. Okay. Oh, I long for the feedback. It's weird doing a stream session. Just I long for the sharing of friends. Thanks to those of you who've dropped some things in the comments. I'm hoping that you're finding value. Hi.
Hi. You want some feedback?
Yeah, please. I would love it.
What kind of feedback are you looking for?
Just the sharing that we do, like after people go into breakouts and just like, how is everything landing? Like, how are people moving through the process?
Well, as I was listening, because I went and did a costume change.
I see that.
You guys, I just want to really take y'all off track because y'all supposed to be doing DCC and my daughter just got me looking good. Y'all see how good I look?
You look great.
That's my feedback. So a request of myself is to not interrupt DCC with my foolishness. But if I didn't, what would happen? People would focus.
I like it.
No, but I request, just thinking about like the tension, like I'll just start like with the tension that I named, like coming in here around like white bodies ghosting. Like the request of myself is to know that a request of myself is just to chill out. I can't change people's minds and hearts, and I can't go gather people if they don't want to be present. Like people have a right to change their mind, right? That's my possibility belief. And so the request of myself is let it go and breathe. And I think, I see Melissa here, like we had something that happened way back in April. And what would happen if I would have just been like, well, it's possible I'm just not the right person, period. That's it. Instead of like a whole full meltdown. So like when people ghost or when people change their mind, I think a request of myself is to breathe and not get in a dysregulated, disassociated state of all the traumas of all the white women and what all the white women have done to me because I'm a Black woman, right? But that's growth. Like that's the growth. So my request is, as people ghost, I don't care if they're white, Black, orange, yellow, pink, I can't change that, but I can let it go. I can, as roots get pulled from the tree of the collective, more roots get planted down. And so does it break my heart that those roots leave? Absolutely. But trying to fill in the roots and force the roots back in, it's just causing me more harm. So my request is just to let go and breathe, that I can't, it's not my job. That's codependency.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to challenge you to, as an example for others, how can we make that, give the concrete part? Sometimes it's like having the catalyst helps. Like when this happens, I'm going to, and so you've already said, when I notice people ghost, I'm going to stop and breathe before I react or before I send a note or before I, etc. Is that, yeah, I see the nodding.
Yes.
So
to make it concrete, when someone ghosts, when someone unsubscribes.
There you go. Perfect.
When someone unsubscribes and then sends a note of why they unsubscribed, I will not react. I will breathe. I will follow the 24-hour rule that if you're in the collective, only you know about the 24-hour rule.
Important rule.
I will breathe. I will follow the 24-hour rule and I'll let it go. I'll meet it with the grace and thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting us know. It's been great to have you.
Perfect. Love having an example for people. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I love the pause on the reframe of ghost to unsubscribe. Ghost would be belief. Unsubscribe is observation. It's not right or wrong. It's not about your language isn't accurate. It's just not as clear, right? It doesn't really drop right into it, especially if you were going to say to somebody else. But here's the thing. We're doing all introspection today, but I'm going to give you a little quick tease on talking to other people. 3 things happen. People get on their front foot for attack, they get on their back foot for defense, or they are grounded in presence. And so the goal is to try to stay in that present state so that we're not putting somebody into an attack or defense. And listen, it's not your job to mitigate everything you say so that somebody else can manage. Like, don't take that from my meaning here. But when you find that you are resourced to hold space for somebody and find language that will land better, then great. So the language of when you ghost might put somebody on their one of those back feet. But if I say, when you unsubscribe, blah, 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 It's different. It creates it's just there. You can't argue that. I can argue ghosting. I can't argue unsubscribing. So it's, I love the example. And so now let's resource ourselves with a request of somebody else. So now that you have clarity on your needs and a goal, have empowered yourself with a request, what is a request of somebody else you can make? Same process. Don't overthink it. Jot it down. Put it through the filter. Blah blah blah. And so with Maisha's example, there's so many requests of somebody else she could go with there. Oh, I see you come back on. Share some more, Maisha.
Did you want to make a request of me? Are we acting this out?
No, you don't have to. What I was going to say is, in your situation, a request, you've empowered yourself with a beautiful request that's actionable, that is realistic, blah, blah, blah. But a request of somebody else, there's a lot of opportunities. The request of somebody else could be, if you're resourced, to start a conversation with them. You could say,
requests of somebody else.
when you unsubscribe, blah, blah, blah.
So you come back on.
Oh, I'm getting a feedback loop.
Sorry, I'm back. I was on like another platform.
Oh, there we go. No worries, no worries. So the request of them could be, I wonder if you'd be willing to share. Let's say they didn't. Let's say they blasted a bunch of nonsense and emotions and messiness. Maybe the request is, I hear you're feeling this. I wonder if you could say what your request is. Like, however you keep the dialogue moving. That could be a request of somebody else. But it could also just be, when I am activated by somebody unsubscribing, I'm going to reach out to my buddy Jen and just be in community for a second before I start sending texts I don't want to send, or blah, blah, blah. I've breathed. I want to let it go. I sense that I'm struggling to let it go right now. So my backup is to reach out to Jen. Hey, Jen, can I just talk to you for a second? Like, this is how we can empower ourselves, but also give ourselves the filter of community. We can't do it alone. The request of self is just a great place to start, especially if you have social anxiety. You know, if you're afraid to make requests of other self. So it's just to beef up that muscle. But
Right.
I'd be curious what you would say.
You just said everything. I don't really have anything to add. I think I do like, you know, the one of the issues we have with DCC is like people make requests of themselves and then like they turn on themselves. And I just made a message in the collective about that. Like the lesson as a curator or whatever you want to call me, the leader or whatever, is like, this is a practice of not turning on yourself, but turning in yourself. So you've done the self-empathy, you've made a request for yourself. Yes. So in that instance, like I know to reach out to you or Doc or my mom or whoever, my trusted support team. And instead of cursing everybody out on the internet, I can come and say, hey, I made this request of this person because they unsubscribed. And can you hold space for me? Or even that person I sent the email to, I could let them know 24 hours later, you unsubscribe, this felt this. And if they come with this Zionist apologist email back to me, I could just be like, thanks for letting me know how you feel, because that shows me that you're still on that back foot and I don't engage in that anymore. Like that doesn't do anything for me.
Well, I would even say that the name calling that they're doing has them on their front foot. I don't even think they're on their back foot.
Front foot, yeah.
But it's both, right? I mean, sometimes they look the same, and recognizing where we ourselves are on our front foot or back foot is also helpful to make requests around that. It's like, oh, I notice when somebody unsubscribes, I get on my front foot for attack and make it whatever. And this, I don't like this example because you don't do this, but just noticing all of this process, this whole introspection thing that we're doing is to try to connect to what are my habits? What is the coreness of me? Where am I bringing in baggage from the past? Like, and just to dig apart with it. And the wisdom that you would share, Maisha, around whatever you've written today, all of it, requests and everything, do it again. And not again separately. Look at everything that you have written down, listen to your voice note, consider what you've been thinking about as you've been moving through it, however you've been doing this practice today, and go deeper. Because there are probably several outshoots that deserve an entire practice in itself. You might uncover something like, oh, wow, when I hear this phrase, I drop into this. That itself, go explore what that is. Where's that from? And not from that intellectualized, dig it apart and, oh, I was abused as a child. And that is why just to see what is that? What are these catalysts? What are all these triggers that I'm reacting to? And how can I explore them? Not to rehearse my beliefs, not to rehearse my feelings, but to just process through them.
You just really hit the tail on the donkey with that one. Like, that whole rehearsing our pain. Like DCC is not a practice to rehearse our pain.
No.
Reflecting on something is not rehearsing the wound. You're pouring salt on the wound, you know? It's now this is the Maisha T. Hill way in my journey. That's why I don't do often. I can't just go to cognitive behavior, like talk therapy. I have to have more than that, because after being in therapy for 20 years, you start to realize this sounds the same. I'm reliving the pain. So what can I do instead? How do I shift the messaging of, oh, well, this happened because in 1996, the white girl in the cafeteria at Oak Grove Middle School in Concord, California, told me I was fat and would never be anything. And I told her, shut your mouth. One day you might have to work for me. You all don't even know all that context. Did I used to say that to people who bullied me? Absolutely. If you're watching on Facebook, you know that if you bullied me, I say, you better be careful. I might be Oprah one day. Like, that's how I would protect myself. But see, y'all didn't need to know that. And that's why check-ins with friends are important. And that's why being in practice is important, because if not, then like you're just giving yourself a water hose of like why you're a bad person. And you know, Jen, I said on TikTok the other day, like our brain is so amazing, but our brain does not know how to filter our feelings and emotions. That's why we have the brain-gut connection and brain-heart coherence, because those are the things that we have to slow down. Like you're saying, we make a request, but now we slow down. Now we check in with a friend. Now we go to a twerk class and twerk that shit out, and then maybe come into that possibility of making a request of someone else. Right? And Melissa actually said it right here. Like, I wonder if connecting with a buddy helps remind the person that they're not alone, because I can imagine that a reaction might be, I'm alone and people are leaving me. Absolutely. I mean, I read that comment, not to hijack reflect and request, but I read that comment and I think about, Jen, so many people feel alone. So many people feel isolated, especially when we're talking about liberation work and you got a whole bunch of people telling you you're trash and you're not supposed to have feelings. And now you're coming to this new practice of like having feelings and you're like, I still feel alone. Yes, that's why we have the collective. And I do want to say, and then I'm going to go because I'm taking up space, and I'm going to always take up space. I'm never going to apologize. That I have seen so many of y'all in the last 90 days come in and make those requests for support. Maybe you've been doing it, but I've really been noticing it. And this has been 8 years of work with groups of white folks. It has taken 8 years. Some of you all have been here 6 years. Some of you all have been here 3 years. It doesn't even matter. From my lived experience, seeing, that's how I know neuroplasticity, people can change. When you create the conditions where people can be heard and seen and known, people will feel connected to, and thus they can create the conditions to change within themselves without going through the drama story I just went through, to be present for what's alive for them. And Sam says one more thing. If we decide to love ourselves and commit to that belief, our brains make it our reality. I get to decide to love myself every day. Yeah, man.
Well, and I this is a great time to point out something that you talk about, which is empathy is not the same thing as compassion. So direct compassion communication is rooted in empathy, but it's an extra step. It's like empathy in action. And so it's like you move it through the how do you say it? Self-connection, self-compassion, self-love?
I think it's 5 S's now, but the first thing is you slow down. You self-connect, slow down, self-connect, self-empathy, then self-compassion. And it's 5 S's. It gets you to self-love.
Self-love, yeah. Because I think it's a heavy lift. I want to acknowledge that some of you watching this have a hard time giving yourself compassion, giving yourself love. I get it. And so rather than that part of you that needs to wiggle out of it, of I'm not allowed to have needs, I'm not allowed to receive that, self-empathy is just flat presence. So if you are working on the goal of trying to show empathy to others, start with yourself, because you are still conflating empathy with compassion and love, and it's not necessarily the same thing. Eventually, as a practitioner, I got to get into prisons where I'm giving empathy to rapists, because I know the difference between empathy and a permission. Grace for your humanity is not permission for your behavior. I'm going to say it again. Grace for humanity is not permission for behavior. So just figure out how to get that flat presence. So if all of this is felt, oh, it's nice, it's touchy-feely, fine. Just look at this from like this neutral place of just awareness. That other stuff can wait if it has to. Oh, thank you. I see there we go. Perfect. Thanks for sharing that on the screen. So I'm gonna give us some space because we've been talking, and I want you to get to that last part of the request. This is the entire point of the session, is reflect and request. So we've moved through all of the self-awareness, built a request. Thanks, Maisha, so much for being with us and bringing your extra wisdom. You never are in the way or take up space, so I'm glad that you do. Empower yourself with the request, and now empower yourself with a request for somebody else. Close the loop. So many of you come to these sessions, you say, oh, I never got to the request, and then you don't do homework and get to it. This has been a nice, long, juicy session. Get it out and make it tiny if you have to. You don't have to reach for the moon. It doesn't have to, you don't have to solve all of your problems. Just find some bite size you can do. I'm going to share the screen again, in case you need that filter. Hopefully I'm looking at it and I'm struggling today, I admit. Here we go. There we go. And we'll put it in that part and do that. There we go. Okay. There it is again. This is our last step. And if you've already got it, go through the whole thing again. Use this time, go through the whole thing again and figure out what are new beliefs coming forward. What are new observations I might be thinking of? What are new body sensations, feelings, needs? Jot down side quests on what might be coming up as you consider this whole thing you've written down. Like I said, you probably have 10 different side quest empathy sessions that you should be doing. I'm going to set a timer. I'll give you a few more minutes here. All right. few more seconds here, and I'm going to show you a little bit more from our workbook. We're really just giving you all the tips and tricks and tools on how to really dig in on this stuff. So I'm going to stop sharing this screen. And I'm going to share a new one. And I'm going to bring you to the page that I'm thinking of here. Because you might still be struggling to think of what I mean. Let me put it on the screen here. Hold on one sec. What I mean about these filters. Here we go. There we go. So we've already talked a little bit about concrete, realistic, encouraging, and action to start, negotiable. Let's give you a little bit more example. So if I say something that non-concrete would be, I want you to love me, in whatever way that comes out. There's several flavors that we like to say that to each other. A concrete way to describe that would be to say, I want to cuddle with you tonight so that I can enjoy some intimacy with you. Acknowledging it's getting very dark over here. Let me turn on the light. There we go. It's not realistic if I say, I want to cuddle with you every day forever. Realistic would be, are you able to spend tonight cuddling? Stopping language would be, don't go out with your friends tonight. Starting language would be, are you able to stay home with me tonight? And obviously non-negotiable is, well, if you loved me, you would honor my wishes. Negotiable is like, okay, well, if tonight doesn't work, maybe we can find time this weekend. So that's how we can shift the language from this life alienating to more life affirming. And so how to make it concrete? We build it out of Play-Doh, and I am acknowledging the work of Mickey Koshton with this acronym that she has described as a specific person, location, action, time, or object. So again, this is where we're making a strategy. We're moving away from need and we're moving towards strategy, but we want to butt up so close to it, ideally, so that we can play around with it to find willingness and capacity. So reach for that super clear preference of a strategy, make it out of Play-Doh, name a specific person, name a specific location, a specific action, a specific time, a specific object. And now you've got this thing that I want to request, which so beautifully meet my need in the most perfect way. But I want to make it negotiable. So I got to figure out, how can I dial this back and forth? Where can I find the willingness and capacity to move from my very specific, clear preference to where I have willingness and capacity? And I can only have willingness and capacity if I have needs consciousness. I'm aware of my core universal needs. Okay. So on the screen as an example, the need that I've identified is self-expression. That's the low-hanging fruit. I have a need for self-expression. Okay. The specific need is creative self-expression, meaning like art, music, something creative in my self-expression. My very clear preference is to make music on a drum kit. It's a very specific request. It very beautifully would meet my need for self-expression. My willingness and capacity is to make music in other ways, maybe a hand drum, maybe sax, guitar, or piano. There are any number of reasons why we can't get our clear preferences. Maybe in this scenario, I live in an apartment building and having a drum kit isn't possible. Or maybe it's just a price range that's not available to me. So then I'm thinking about it. What is it? What is it about the drum kit? It's that percussive nature. Yeah, I want the beat. I want that. Okay, there's many other ways to get a beat. I can do a hand drum or a boron or any auxiliary percussion maracas. Like there's lots of different ways for me to get the need met. Maybe not as satisfyingly, but that's why you're finding the dial. You're trying to figure out, how far can I move this dial? And this is a simple example, but you can do this moving the dial on everything, on absolutely everything. So that's just to help give you an example of when you look at this, and hopefully your homework will be to just review and reflect, continue to reflect and request. Look at all the stuff that you wrote down and figure out where can I find all this awareness, all this self-awareness and bravery to make a request of self and others. The last thing I'm going to show you is to share somewhere. I feel like there's something. There's so many tabs open, I cannot even tell you. I want to take you to the web. And I might just open the web and do it because that will be easier. We can look at this. Oh yes, I'm allowed to put it backstage. Aha, okay. What I'm trying to pull up here is, there we go. We've been talking about using this language, direct compassion communication. So I just wanted to share this link with you in the page that gives you a little bit more about this. We're moving and shaking, and things are, links are, as again, the whole point of today is this is a live-a-thon to support our shift to the Social Good Fund. We are now a fiscally sponsored nonprofit under Social Good Fund, and so we need to raise funds. So there's some just changes to our platform and logistics that we need to do. So things might look different over the days here, but this describes to you what direct compassion communication is. If you missed it at the front, it's definitely rooted in the principles of nonviolent communication, but we've given it a more specific description to how we use it, because we see how NVC has been weaponized. And in my opinion, it is no longer NVC when it is being weaponized. So more to say about that, and find me for more discussion. But you can learn more about direct compassion communication here. And then also going to the events page, so HealYourWayForward.org/events. You can see that today and tomorrow's lineup is there. But also, like I mentioned, I have a session coming up this Sunday. So cultivating digital fortitude, holding compassion and boundaries on social media. Just trying to figure out how to apply some of this stuff to written communication, very specifically all the traps that we fall into on social media. I'm actually quite proud of this session. I've been doing it for a while and it has evolved. So if you've done it with me before, I encourage you to come again. A lot of really good examples. This is not theory. I think some people like to tell me, yeah, it's nice when it works. Like same with the NVC. This is why we don't practice NVC formulaically and perfectly, because we don't live formulaically and perfectly. And so when people tell me, yeah, it's nice to say, like, let me back up. People will tell me, like, what's the point of going online? You can't get across anything there. And I have lots of examples to prove otherwise. This isn't theory. This is rooted in realism. Oh, thank you, Melissa. I did see that you signed up. That's wonderful. Tell your friends. And you can see that we discount for our Heal Your Way Forward. So here's a great segue to say, become a member. You can see that we've got a special pricing. Often we'll have special pricing for our members for our public events. So there's lots of things that are included with membership only, that is only exclusive to the collective. But then we also have lots of public stuff. Like obviously today, all of our content today is to the whole world. And so this is an open to all session, and we're honoring our members by giving them a better price. So let me know if you need help on figuring out where to get the code for that if you're a member. So I think with that, I think that covers all of the things that I want to share. I'm going to remove this. Okay. So I appreciate those of you that have sent comments through. My apologies to those comments that might be in areas that I can't see, like Substack doesn't come through to this platform. There's a lot of moving and shaking here. So if you have anything to share, I long to see it in other ways. I'm going to add our ticker too, not only as a member. Again, this is a live-a-thon, and so please support. We're in the go time, and welcome. I don't know what I welcome. All of you. I love all of you. And I'm going to look at our agenda. I think I might even have it somewhere here. Oh, there we go. There's Maisha. Help me.
Hey, I'm here. I just I need to mute. I just pulled up Substack. Thank you to everyone who's watching on Substack. I did ask them if they had any questions. Haven't seen anything come through. Thank you all. Digging. Oh, this is you. Digging into feelings and needs is intense.
This was during our bio break. We had a little dance party. So it was
I missed all the fun stuff.
Frankly, we probably should have had even another one, because I acknowledge the stuff that getting into it. Whew, it's heavy. So hopefully people, this is a streaming session, so I'm sure you've been moving in and out and taking care of your needs as you do. But there's so many ways to work with us on this. There's ways to work with me on this. There's, like I said, the process, it's pretty much the same. We can apply it in so many different ways, and it's always the same. So it's allow yourself introspection and self-empathy. It will impact your conversations with other people, I promise you.
Absolutely.
Oh,
how you feeling, Jen? Think you need a break now?
I think right now is when we're going to have a just a little somatic reset. We're going to play a little video, right? Is that the
breathwork video?
I've got it ready.
Okay, we'll enjoy breathwork, and I will be back at 3:15 for white bodies for collective action.
Sweet. I'll see you there as well. All right, friends, give me a second. I will have it up here in a moment. Thank you all so much for being with me today. I really appreciate it.
Today, we're taking it nice, easy, and slow to deepen into our subconscious knowing, the part of you that already knows what to do and how to trust, the part of you that craves to let go and to surrender is here with your breath. In this practice, you'll breathe in through the mouth, into your belly, into your chest, and exhale fully and completely on every exhale. Perhaps you'd like to sit for this practice with a comfortably straight spine, or perhaps you'd like to lay down and fully surrender into the earth. As you take a nice, cleansing, deep breath into your nose, and exhale through your mouth, fully surrender, let go into this moment. 2 more times. Inhale in through the nose, filling up your beautiful body with a gorgeous deep breath. And exhale through your mouth, let go. 1 more like that. Inhaling in through your nose, taking all the time you can to fill up your belly, your chest, pulling this breath all the way to the top of your head. And hold for a moment. Hold. And exhale through your mouth, squeezing your body completely and fully, taking all the time you can to exhale. Connecting deeper into your body, deeper into your breath as you let this breath come all the way to the bottom. And hold here. And as you're holding, setting an intention to connect deeper with your intuition today in this practice. To deepen your trust in yourself, in your inner knowing. Breathe in through the mouth, into your belly, into your chest. Exhale fully. Belly, chest, let go. This time, as you breathe in through the mouth, into your belly, into your chest, pull this breath up all the way to the top of your head, straightening up your spine, holding this energy at the top, expanding your capacity to listen to the energy portals within you. Hold. Hold. Hold as you relax your face, your shoulders, your heart, your spine, your belly, your back, all the way down your legs. Hold. And as if you're blowing out the tiniest little straw, exhale through your mouth all the way down, letting this breath go as slowly as possible. Letting the slowness of this exhale remind you there's so much wisdom in your breath. And as you come all the way to the bottom of this breath, no breath needed. Hold this energy here. Unclenching your face, unclenching your jaw. Relax your shoulders, your heart, your back. The organs in your belly, relax. 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 Hold as you relax. Deep breath in through your mouth, into your belly, into your chest. Exhale. Belly. Chest. Exhale. Deep breath into the mouth, into your belly, into your chest. And exhale all the way down. When you're at the bottom of this breath, see if you can squeeze 3 more exhales in. Exhale, exhale, exhale. And when you're fully exhaled, hold this energy here, connecting deep into the inner knowing within you. The intuition of your body that speaks through you, to you, for you. Sometimes in little ways, sometimes in big ways. Just listening here. Relax your tongue from the roof of your mouth, friends. Unclench your eyes. Soften your stomach. Your intuition is here. Holding this energy, increasing your capacity to receive the wisdom from your intuition. Three, 2, 1. Breathe in through the mouth, filling up your belly, filling up your chest. Pull this energy all the way to the top of your head. Hold this energy here. Maybe your hands even come with you this time. Hold as you relax. Relax your face, your shoulders, your heart, your ribs, all the way down into your feet. Allowing the wisdom to arise. The inner knowing to get louder. The softening to begin. The surrender to happen. And you're welcome to remain holding this energy here. If you're ready to exhale all the way down through that tiny little straw through your mouth, exhale. And what happens at the bottom of this breath is up to you. Perhaps you hold. Perhaps you return to your natural breath. Observing the tingling, the sensations, the subtle ways your body speaks to you through your breath. And wherever it is that you are, beginning to come back to your natural breath, breathing in and out through the nose if possible. And as you do so, still remain in this practice to enjoy the stillness and the subtle conversation with your body, your breath, and your intuition. Perhaps you'd like to roll your eyes up and into your third eye point, the space right in between your eyebrows. Sending breath and intention with every inhale and every exhale. Perhaps you ask yourself a question here, allowing space for your intuition to respond to you, to reply to you.